If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 76, CH74, Near Death. Let's take a look. Dracula excitedly tried to convince him as he didn't even wait for Jin's response and started flying towards the area after turning in his bat form. Wait. Jin didn't even manage to respond to Dracula when he saw him in his bat form and flying towards the direction of the battle. A few seconds later of constant chasing and evading, the both of them finally arrived at the location, and what Jin saw shocked him a bit, as he literally saw a war between humans and monsters that looked as if it came out of a fantasy movie. What the hell is going on here? Jin muttered to himself as Dracula didn't wait for him and suddenly came over the battlefield and turned into his vampire form, his face looking all excited as if what was happening around him is a game. Look! Another vampire there! Kill him! One of the knights said while pointing his sharp sword towards Dracula. It didn't take long for other knights to hear and relay the information before they all started running towards Dracula while shouting curses and such. First time facing such a situation, Dracula doesn't know what to do and he could only crouch and close his eyes in fear. Just as the knight that first arrived was about to slash his sword towards Dracula, a blur suddenly flashed between them and watched as Jin stood in front of Dracula while the sharp sword was resting in his shoulders, void of any injuries except for a small red line spot that faded away as time passed by. Are you really serious on hurting a defenseless child? Jin said in slight anger as he mentally sighed in relief that he found Dracula and saved him in time. What the? The knight muttered in awe, and before he could react, Jin delivered a single punch on the knight's abdomen, cracking and smashing the metal armor, allowing his fists to connect to his guts. Fuwaha! The knight spit out in pain as his body was thrown backwards, colliding with the other knights and causing them to lose balance and fell at the ground one by one like some kind of domino. The other knights and monsters witnessed this, and while the knights were yelling curses and started running towards Jin to kill him, the monsters yelled in joy at seeing a strong individual joining their cause. Though they were also curious why Jin looks very human instead of being a monster like them. Obviously, Jin knows about this, and since he wanted to make connections with the monsters here as they are like the main residents in this world, Jin closed his eyes and slowly transformed in his devil form. Under everyone's shock and curious eyes, wings sprouted out of Jin's back, and at the same time, so are the horns in his forehead. Meanwhile, tattoos started fading around Jin's body, and soon, after a few seconds with just everyone watching Jin, he finally completed his transformation. In this form, it's not like Jin has a new personality, it's just that his inner evil thoughts become more dominant, but Jin is still Jin, his evil thoughts are just appearing more than normal. Which is why Jin rarely transforms in his devil form, as his evil thoughts are becoming more dominant. An angel! One of the knights muttered in surprise. The existence of God and angels isn't unknown here. In fact, they are widely known here, and seeing Jin's wings made them think that he's an angel. Idiot! Can't you see that his wings are black and he has horns? He's obviously the devil. They must have finally started stepping in our lands. The church needs to know this. They are the only ones who have the means to vanquish the devils. Another knight refuted his claim and explained more accurately, while at the same time, mentioning the church. Oh God, please save us all. One of the knights kneeled and prayed. Not knowing that God is simply watching all of this in interest. Meanwhile, the monsters were cheering more when they heard what those knights said. They could see that they're afraid of the newcomer's existence, which means that he must be a very strong monster to be feared by humans. I'm not surprised that God's religion is multiversal wide, his influence is really stretched out. Jin muttered in his mind, not noticing the awe looks that Dracula is giving him. I also want to be like him. Being feared and respected. At this time, Dracula hasn't met his lover, Martha, yet, so Dracula isn't that soft-hearted when it comes to humans yet, like how he would be in the future. Dracula, I think your father is somewhere around here, go find him and tell him that you're here. Jin could see that the knights were now focusing their forces on him, since in their eyes, he's probably the biggest threat in the battlefield. Oh okay. Dracula quickly snapped out of himself and responded with a stutter before getting up and running away in very fast speeds, avoiding everyone he passes through. Meanwhile, the monsters were gathering behind him. It looks like they already see him as some kind of alpha in their pack or something. But one thing for sure, Jin has finally established the background that he wanted to have. A mysterious strong individual whose name will be etched in the annals of history. Meanwhile, Vlad was having a face-off with Otter's son, Edward Helsing, a small teen with an angry look on his face as he stared at his father's killer. Vlad. Are you his son? Seriously, I am starting to envy your family's genetic ability to breed as fast as the rabbits. I remember one time when I killed your father's father's grandfather. Oh, how time flies! Vlad said in an exaggerated tone, which just intensifies Edward's anger on Vlad. I swear on my father's name that I will eradicate all of you vampires and pave a peaceful path for my son and the future generations. Edward yelled in anger as Vlad just stared at Edward in an expressionless face. You already have a son? How old are you right now? You look like you haven't even gotten circumcised. Vlad pointed out while Edward blushed in embarrassment, which only answers that Vlad is somehow right about his accusation. Don't change the topic. You killed my father and I will avenge him. Edward stuttered in embarrassment as he took out a crossbow-looking weapon with an arrow as a bullet. What is unique about this is that the entire arrow is made of silver and there's a chain attached at the end of it. Stupid Helsings with their stupid inventions. Vlad muttered to himself as he already knew that the crossbow's arrow is made of silver and that the chain's purpose is for the silver arrow to pull it back to the crossbow. Prepare to face my vampire annihilation crossbow. Edward shouted before pulling the trigger and letting the silver arrow fly out of its home. Fwussy. That is too slow. Vlad shook his head in disappointment as the silver arrow just passed by his side. Are you sure about that? Edward cruelly smiled as Vlad had a bad premonition. Father. Suddenly, Vlad heard Dracula's voice behind him. Quickly turning around, Vlad was faced with Dracula's running figure who is slowly being faced with the silver arrow. Drac. Vlad's blood turned cold as his voice contained intense power that froze everyone around him except for Jin, who quickly noticed the sudden burst of power and turned around. However, it is still not enough to stop the flying arrow as it is made of silver, which is his weakness. Naturally, Dracula already saw the flying silver arrow. However, it was already too late as the silver arrow is already a few inches away from his head. When Jin saw this, he knew that if the silver arrow hits Dracula, then he practically disturbed the cannon greatly. No, not just disturbed but destroyed the cannon itself completely. After Vlad's sudden outburst of power, he was left powerless as his eyes watched the silver arrow closing in on Dracula's head. Fuck it. I don't want to use this but I had to. If there's one thing that Jin could do during his devil form that Jin hates the most is the teleportation. Yes, Jin could also teleport but only on short distances. However, the backlash is very great as unlike teleportation by crossing the space and such, Jin's teleportation is very cruel as his entire body will disintegrate, atom by atom before reforming in another place, all in less than a millisecond. The thing is, that kind of teleportation hurts as fuck and maybe the only reason the original Jin could endure it is because he's somehow a masochist. That's the only reason Jin could come up with after testing the teleportation last time. Skirkak. After Jin's body disintegrated at a very fast rate, his body quickly reformed in front of Dracula. However, the silver arrow is on the way of where he is teleporting, so the moment his teleportation is done and his body is fully reformed, the silver arrow is stuck in his chest, looking as if he was the one who got stabbed. Fuck. That hurts. Luckily, I arrived in time or else this silver arrow would kill Dracula and my entire vacation in this world is ruined. Jin said to himself as he mentally yelled in pain. Mr. Dracula stared up at him in shock as he just realized that he was saved by Jin. Hey Dracula, didn't I tell you to be careful? At this moment, Jin felt like Dracula was his little cousin or a little brother, not knowing that one day he would be his father-in-law. Chapter 77, ch. 75, The Legend of the Devil. After seeing that Dracula was alive and well, Vlad sighed in relief as if a huge mountain was lifted off his shoulders. Impossible! Edward muttered in shock. He knew that he was done for, especially after seeing how Jin saved Dracula from his incoming death. Helsing! I curse your generation! Vlad angrily yelled after registering that Dracula is fine. However, just as Vlad weakly turned around, Edward was nowhere to be seen. Even the knights who were finally free from the time stop ability were curious and shocked that to the Helsing who promised them that they would end all monsters would turn his back to them and ran away without hesitation. Coward! Vlad muttered. It only took him a few seconds to recover a small amount of energy, which is enough for him to stand up and walk. The first thing he did was to walk towards Dracula. "Dad, I'm sorry." Dracula teared up a little, thinking that Vlad would punish him for letting himself fall in a dangerous situation like that. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expression. Vlad suddenly pulled Dracula with his hands before engulfing him in a hug. "I thought I would lose you, Drac." Vlad closed his eyes and said in a relieved tone. "It looks like my words changed him for the better. I'm starting to wonder if Uncle Iroh is somehow the god of wisdom or something." Jin now finally understood why he got the template of Iroh. In worlds like Frozen, Hotel Transylvania and etc., there are many characters who needed help and advice. However, no one was there to fit the role. Until he came along. With his template, Jin helped at least 3 characters with a troubled past or not so good personality. At this rate, I might as well keep doing this until my template goes 100%. Last time I remember, it was already 89%. Jin said to himself as Vlad finally turned his attention to him. His previous happy and relieved face was transformed into worry. "Friend, how are you doing? Does it hurt? I know someone who could help you. She's a witch and she specializes in tonics and healings." Vlad offered as he tries to assess the silver arrow that is stuck on Jin's body. Weirdly enough though, there are no traces of blood in the silver arrow. "I'm fine, Vlad. 'Tis but a scratch." Jin replied as he grabbed the silver arrow and pulled it out of his body, causing blood to splash out of his chest. "Are you crazy?" Vlad was wide-eyed at seeing what Jin did. Not even someone like him could do what he just did. Either Jin is stupid or brave to do something like that. Jin ignored Vlad's remark and grabbed a dead knight's corpse before activating one of his abilities, which is to absorb energy or chi to either heal himself or strengthen his power. What he did is the former, as his arm glowed in red while the corpse slowly turned into a corpse that looked like it had been dead for years. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the large gaping hole on Jin's chest slowly closed and healed, leaving only a scar. He is truly the devil. This was the first time everyone saw this kind of technique, and now, this just confirmed that Jin is really the devil. After all, such a thing is not seen before. Even Vlad could only drink blood to sustain his urge, not to heal himself like what Jin did. That was fantastic. "So, are we continuing the fight?" Jin then stretched himself a few more times before calmly looking around the battlefield and said with a threatening and dangerous tone. After hearing him, everyone including the monsters just looked at one another. "Continue? Is there any need to continue as of now?" Clang! Soon, one by one the knights started dropping their steel sword. However, there were some who still persisted and tried to kill another monster but were quickly taken down, and soon after that, everyone finally realized that they're outnumbered and outpowered, so there's really no use in continuing the fight. "Your Highness, this is our chance to kill them all. They're vulnerable," a werewolf with packing muscles said with a large grin on his face. However, Vlad simply looked at his son, Dracula, and realized that this kind of life is not what he wanted for his son. "Let them go, it's not worth it." After hearing Vlad's words, everyone suddenly froze in shock, including the knights. Heck, even Jin was shocked by what he said. But... The werewolf tried to reason with him, however Vlad just simply stared at the werewolf, his eyes glowing in red. Just do as I said. Vlad said with a dangerous tone, making every monsters around to shudder in fear as they know how dangerous and scary Vlad is, especially if he's angry. I understand. The werewolf gulped his saliva in fear and stuttered as he soon howled after, making every monster to step back, letting the knights, who were ready to face death, stare at Vlad in shock. One of the knights even fell to his knees as tears were streaming down his face. Thank you, I would definitely be able to see my family again. Surprisingly, the knight actually thanked Vlad, their swore enemy and a monster in their eyes. The other knights took him as an example and all bowed and thanked Vlad one by one before leaving. However, before each of them left, they casted a glance towards Jin with fear in their eyes before quickly running away to leave the place that they will forever call hell. For sure, Jin's name would definitely spread in all places, even across other continents. Meanwhile, Dracula observed each and every human knights that left, making him curious on why they are their enemy in the first place. He also realized that each of them has their own families, like how he and his father Vlad is. At this moment, Dracula felt pity on the humans and had the sudden urge to go further and observe them. It looks like everything here is settled. I would take my go now, Vlad. Thanks for accommodating me. Jin suddenly said, making everyone turn their heads on him. God has just called him earlier and told him that the search of the heroes of justice finished earlier than expected, so he's finally allowed to go back with Tigris and Rapunzel. What do you mean by that, friend? Where are you going? Vlad was confused on why Jin was saying his farewells on them, as he didn't know that Jin was going to leave the world instead of just going to other country like what Vlad is thinking. Don't go. Dracula quickly took himself off from Vlad and quickly ran towards Jin and hugged him tightly. It's fine, it is time for me to go and meet back with my family, I'm sure they miss me. Jin said and chuckled as he patted Dracula's head. Will I see you again? Dracula asked while using his secret technique, which is enlarging his eye pupil, and stared at Jin, using his cuteness to attract him not to leave. If fate wants it, then we shall meet again. Just as Jin finished his sentence, his body started flashing in white light. You said it, okay. We will meet again. Dracula yelled at him, making sure that Jin could hear him clearly since Jin is covered in white light. We will. Jin smiled under the light and replied before the flash of light got so intense that everyone was forced to close their eyes, and after a few seconds, they opened it back and saw no sign of Jin except for his large black coat that he has been wearing before he even came here. Being topless is a bit weird, and don't even mention on being topless every day, so Jin decided to cover his body with a large black coat that extends past his legs. Dracula quickly approached the coat and looked at it in awe as he then turned to Vlad, asking his permission on certain thing. Fine, you can keep it. It's the least I can do for you after all this years. Vlad sighed and said, making Dracula grab the large coat in excitement and even wore it. However, it was a bit bigger than him, so it covered his entire body, including his head instead. 500 plus years later. And that, my cute little tarantula, how the legend of the devil was heard throughout the entire world. A tall man wearing a long cape was reading a book to a small girl sitting on the bed. Again. The little girl raised her arms in excitement and cutely yelled as the tall man softly smiled before closing the book and standing up before replying. It is already past your bedtime, my little Mavis. Go and sleep. The tall man smiled warmly as the moonlight finally flashed on his face, revealing Dracula, but his child look was no more, and instead, Dracula looked like an adult. Can I at least see the coat? Mavis then held the bed sheets and used the same secret technique that he used to Jin years ago. I'll show you in your birthday, now go to sleep, my little tarantula. Dracula warmly smiled after tucking Mavis in and turned off the lights before leaving the room and started walking back to his room. As soon as he went in, a melodic and soft voice suddenly spoke from the bed. Did you tell her that story again, Drac? The voice said, making Dracula laugh softly as he went under the covers and lied down on the bed. Oh Martha, you know how much I want to meet him again and show him everything I've achieved and introduce to him the person I love. Dracula responded as he then hugged Martha from her behind. He really sounds like an amazing person. Martha replied as Dracula responded. Oh, you have no idea. Chapter 78, ch 76, Meeting a Certain Ogre. Opening his eyes, Jin was met with the scene of the lushy forest in front of him. Am I finally back? Jin muttered to himself as he used his hand to rub his eyes so he could clear the slight blur in his eyes, and so he could see clearly. Standing up from the grassy ground, Jin took a deep breath, taking the clean air in his nostrils before blowing them out as he exhaled. Yup, I'm definitely back, I could clearly remember this familiar scent of the forest. Jin said to himself as it was time for him to go back to Tigress and Rapunzel. He is sure that they're worried about him by now. Just as Jin was about to jump and fly out in the sky, he suddenly heard rowdy footsteps and some yelling people. What they? Confused, Jin looked around and saw that a bunch of people carrying torches and pitchforks were running in a straight line and they seemed to be angry about something. It didn't take long before they stumbled upon Jin. What are you doing outside under such a fiery sun, traveler? As Jin has transformed back to his human form, the person leading the group of humans thought Jin was a human traveler. Me? Jin pointed at himself and asked. Yes, you, traveler. Is there perhaps anyone else here other than you? The man replied and asked. No, I'm alone and I was just here to gather some herbs. Jin then replied and quickly made up a reasonable reason. Ah! You must be an adventurer then. This is fantastic, we are on our way to kill the scary ogre. Come with us, adventurer. We could use an individual like you. Without even waiting for Jin's response, the man suddenly grabbed Jin's arms and took off, as his small band of men followed him, resuming their long journey, but this time, they have Jin by their side. Hold on. I haven't even said anything yet. Jin said, but the man turned deaf on him and just held tightly on him, as if not wanting him to escape from their grasp. Although he could just brute force himself out, however they're just humans anyway, and besides, he's interested in this ogre that they're talking about. Are they really as horrible as they're described to be? Well, there's only one way to find out. It took them a whole few hours with the sun setting off before they finally arrived deep in the forest, where they stumbled upon a small but lovely home in the middle of a swamp. Here it is. I heard the ogre will grind your bones and use it as a filling on bread. One of the men said in slight fear as everyone else shuddered except for Jin, who was squinting his eyes on this familiar-looking swamp. Where have I seen this? Just as Jin started pondering to himself, an unfamiliar voice suddenly interrupted their whispering. Hey, only giants do that kind of thing, not ogres. Feeling the deep voice and familiar scent behind them, the small band of humans suddenly started backing away as they were finally faced with the person they were supposed to hunt. It's a miracle that the ogre didn't outright kill them, and instead, the ogre decided to let its presence known by them. Be back away. The brave man started waving his torch in front of the ogre and threatened him, as the green ogre just monotonously stared at him while dipping his fingers on his own saliva and touched the flaming torch, putting out the flame. Tis. Seeing how the ogre easily handled the fire, they all smiled awkwardly at the ogre while Jin just stared at the ogre in shock and familiarity. Isn't that Shrek? Jin said to himself in surprise as the ogre, now known as Shrek, raised both of his arms before breathing in deeply, gathering large amounts of air before releasing them in a roar. Roar. Shrek's roar was so loud that not only it caused the resting birds in the trees to fly away in shock, but also put off every torch that the humans were holding. While the said humans were no different, as they were literally frozen in shock, to the point that they could only stare at Shrek in fear and shock. I think this is the part where you guys should run. Shrek whispered to them, and only now did they register what they're supposed to do. Without hesitation, they started running in all directions, dropping their pitchforks and torches. As Shrek chuckled at their reaction, he suddenly noticed that there was still one human left. Obviously, that human is none other than Jin. Hey buddy, I think you should run along with them. Shrek reminded him as if he's some kind of a security guard that found a lost child in a mall. That's weird, this isn't the ogre that I was expecting. Jin suddenly said, making Shrek raise his eyebrows at him and take interest in Jin. Hey? What do you mean by that? Do you know what's more weird? You. Who is supposed to be scared silly to the point of pissing your pants in front of the scary, ugly, and hideous ogre? Shrek responded in turn while pointing his finger towards Jin. He's not actually wrong. Throughout Shrek's entire life, humans have always been scared of him. Sure, there are times when they tried to kill him, but none of those attempts succeeded and just solidified his reputation as a hideous and man-eating beast. You are not wrong about that, but I would have to apologize, but I have faced worse than you. Jin replied with a smile. This time, it was Shrek's turn to be scared of him, as he had never heard of a human who isn't scared of him. Sure, there are some, but only if they have the advantage in numbers, but in this case, Jin is alone but not scared of him. It makes Shrek think that Jin is not a normal human. Now that you're close to me, I think I've seen you somewhere. Suddenly, Shrek squinted his eyes at Jin before contemplating to himself. Hold on, I think I stashed it around here somewhere. Shrek then walked past Jin and entered his home, leaving the door open. Jin took this chance to enter the ogre's home and be somehow acquainted with him. Once inside, Jin saw Shrek rummaging throughout his stashes and decided to sit on the sofa and wait for him to finish what he is doing and find what he is searching for. Aha! Here it is! Shrek exclaimed in happiness as he then turned around to go outside and tell Jin, when he suddenly saw that Jin was already inside and making himself at home. What are you doing inside my house? Get out of here! If there is one thing that Shrek hates the most, and that is disturbing the peaceful life that he has. Being alone in his swamp makes him at peace, and seeing that Jin is making himself at home inside his home, makes him imagine that his peaceful life will now be gone. No worries, I won't stay long. By the way, what's the paper that you're holding there? Jin said, reassuring Shrek before changing the topic by asking about the paper that Shrek is holding right now. Oh, this? Right, this is you, right. Shrek then showed him the paper showing the badly drawn picture of a grinning Jin, while a large amount of bounty can be seen below his drawn picture. However, instead of a name, only his title is displayed in the paper. Flame Predator. 100,00 gold? That's not enough for my worth. I'm worth more than that. Jin complained when he saw the small amount of bounty that was issued on him. To be honest, he wasn't shocked about this. When he took the entire Firefall Kingdom down, Jin was already expecting some enemies to emerge. After all, not everyone is fond of having an uncontrolled individual who could take down an entire empire and was rumored to be capable of manipulating flames. Small? You call that small? My bounty is only worth 2 small bags of gold coins. Shrek also complained after hearing Jin's complaint. It feels like he has a rival, and who among them has the higher bounty? That's enough for an ogre like you, my friend. But me, I am more than just a normal sorcerer like they say. Jin shrugged his shoulders in disappointment. Are you really a sorcerer? Shrek asked while looking at him with a doubt. I'm not a sorcerer. I'm more of a firebender. Jin replied while Shrek tilted his head in confusion. Firebender? What's that? Sounds like someone who makes campfires. Shrek said, at the same time laughing at his own joke. Haha, funny Shrek. But no, being a firebender isn't what you think of. Jin said before opening his palms, showing a small dancing flame on the top of his palms. Being a firebender means I can bend and manipulate fire to my own desires. Jin said before throwing his fist out on the fireplace, breathing out a sea of flames out of his fists. Whoa whoa whoa! Stop that, you're going to burn my house. Without any fear, Shrek placed himself in front of Jin's fist, not afraid of burning himself from his flames. Fortunately for Shrek, Jin reacted fast enough and stopped releasing flames. I apologize for that, anyways. I'll be on my way now as those guys just decided to drag me here without letting me resist. I have someone waiting for me back at my home. If you ever need my help, you can find me either in Corona Kingdom or Arendelle. Jin said before opening the window and jumped outside. Arendelle? Corona Kingdom? I've never heard of those. Wait, hey. Why did you jump out of the window? I have a door, for God's sake. Shrek muttered to himself as he repeated the words of the kingdom where he could find Jin before noticing that Jin jumped outside the window instead of the door. Chapter 79, ch 77, Guess Who's Back? Slight Lemon. In the kingdom of Arendelle, Elsa was gazing up at the night sky outside her balcony. The stars shimmered as she wondered about Jin's current situation. It's been 1.5 months since he disappeared and was said to be in another world to hide from his enemies. Until this day, Elsa was still worrying about him. There are some instances where she thought that Tigress was just lying to her as to not make her sad and blame herself for causing Jin's death. Jin, where are you? Elsa muttered to herself as she stared at the sky for a few more minutes before she yawned, indicating that she was sleepy. Just as Elsa was about to turn around and go to bed so she could get her beauty sleep, she suddenly noticed one particular star that doesn't shimmer but was getting closer and closer to her position. Is that a meteor? Vexed, Elsa muttered to worry as she was about to go and alert everyone in the castle when suddenly, the pace of the meteor quickly and it was too late for her to leave the balcony as the meteor was about to crash land on her balcony. Not wanting to lose her life, including her parents and friends, Elsa quickly made a large ice wall in front of her, hoping that the ice wall would be enough to soften the meteor's landing and won't cause large destruction on her home. What the? Surprisingly, Elsa suddenly heard a familiar voice behind the ice wall. Jin. Calling out, Elsa immediately took her ice wall apart by simply melting them and behold. She finally saw the man that has been on her mind ever since he disappeared. Elsa? I'm not gonna lie, you look more dashing rigged. Jin squinted his eyes at Elsa and felt breathless at seeing her in her nightgown while her hair was down past her shoulders. However, he didn't manage to finish his sentence when Elsa suddenly rushed towards him and engulfed him in a tight hug. I thought you were gone. Jin could hear Elsa's muffled voice as she buried her head on his chest. Gone? Didn't Tigress tell you anything about me? Confused, Jin raised a question as he really thought that Tigress would tell Elsa. After all, knowing Tigress, she would definitely do that just to make sure that Elsa won't blame herself for his disappearance. I thought she was only making it up so I wouldn't blame myself. Elsa blushed and said, as another voice suddenly interrupted their small moment. Jin. Obviously, such loud commotion was heard across the castle, so it woke everybody up and rushed towards Elsa's bedroom. Agnar, Iduna, Rapunzel, and Tigress were surprised to see Jin and immediately called out his name. Hey guys, so how was it without me? Jin raised his hand as he greets them while Elsa quickly detached herself from Jin with a small blush. What are you doing, Elsa? He's already married. How could you hug him like that? Elsa reprimanded herself inside her mind while her eyes were tracing Jin's body as she could vividly remember the way his body felt when she hugged him. His body is so hard and strong. Elsa mutters to herself as she doesn't notice the sly looks that her parents are giving her. I'm glad you're back. Tigress quickly stepped forward and hugged Jin, ignoring Elsa who was standing by their side. After Tigress, it was Rapunzel's turn and unlike the others, her hug is anything but normal. Barefoot, Rapunzel tiptoed towards Jin and jumped towards him, expecting Jin to catch her mid-air. Obviously, Jin wouldn't let her fall on the ground, so he opened his arms wide and caught her in his arms. Surprisingly, Rapunzel planted a deep kiss on his lips as she straddled his waist. Choo! Jin was surprised at first and couldn't help but complain inside his mind. She's becoming more bold. It's going to be a lie if I say I didn't like it, but as a man, I should be bolder. With determination in his mind, Jin grabbed a handful of Rapunzel's long braided hair and deepened their kiss. Oh, excuse us. Agnar and Iduna quickly closed Anna's eyes and walked outside the room as Tigris and Elsa's faces just twitched in disbelief. Seriously? Right in front of everyone? Find some room. Fuwa. After releasing their very long and deep kiss, Rapunzel was left breathing heavily while Jin seductively licked his lips as his eyes squinted at Tigris. Feeling the hidden meaning on his gaze, Tigris blushed and quickly walked out of her room, swaying her hips as she walked. It's nice to see you again, Elsa. But let's continue our reunion tomorrow. Good night. Walking away in a hurry, Jin said his farewells to Elsa before leaving, while still carrying the hazy Rapunzel on his arms. What Elsa didn't notice was the wet patch on Rapunzel's crotch, which only Jin felt and Tigris smelled earlier. That's weird. Elsa noticed the sudden awkward atmosphere, though she blamed it on Jin's and Rapunzel's making out. Thinking about how they kiss each other, it was unlike what she saw in books and fairy-tale stories where the Prince Charming would only kiss their princess, but what Jin and Rapunzel did earlier was so different earlier. Is there some kind of level in kissing? Elsa muttered to herself in wonder as she plumped herself on the bed and buried her head on the pillow. She could still vividly remember and feel the hug that she gave him earlier. I'm feeling so hot. Elsa muttered inside her mind as her fingers unknowingly found itself crawling towards her crotch. The moment her fingers touched her clitoris, Elsa suddenly shuddered in pleasure as she continued to touch herself while picturing Jin inside her mind. She even imagined him doing different and erotic poses as it makes her more horny. Jin, Jin. While Elsa was left to please herself, Anna was complaining to her parents as she didn't even manage to complete her reunion with Jin as she was suddenly dragged outside by her parents. Mama, Papa. Why did you drag me away? I have so many things to tell Jin. Anna said while trying to walk back to Elsa's room. However, Iduna tightened her grip on Anna as she doesn't want her to be corrupted at such an early age. Sure, they would learn about such things in the future, but as of now, Anna is still 15 years old. What she should be learning is manners and how a princess should act in public. Anna, there are some things in this world that you shouldn't know. Agnar told her as Anna turned silent. Look, how about Mama sings for you? You'll be sleeping on our bed tonight. Isn't that exciting? Knowing that Anna is very hard to persuade, Iduna finally resorted to her secret weapon, causing even Agnar to look at her shock as if asking her to take pity on him as he wouldn't be able to cuddle with her wife tonight. Ignoring Agnar's stare, Iduna held Anna's hand and resumed their waking pace. Really? Yay! Anna jumped in excitement, forgetting that she was supposed to complain and force her parents to bring her back to Elsa's room. Seeing this, both Agnar and Iduna sighed in relief before surrendering back to their room. While the family of Elsa, including Elsa herself, were busy with their own matters, so did Jin, Rapunzel, and Tigris. Because as soon as Tigris went inside the room, she didn't hesitate to undress herself and jump on the bed. Meanwhile, Jin also soon entered with Rapunzel on his arms. From the looks of her, Rapunzel seemed to be very horny at this moment. She's acting quite weird, Tigris. Jin said in suspicion as he stared at Tigris, who had gone naked on the bed. Well, I kinda told her about our little night adventures. Tigris licked her lips and seductively said as Jin sighed and brought Rapunzel down on the bed, as carefully as possible, as if she was some kind of porcelain doll. Jin? Are we going to have sex? Rapunzel asked a question as she tilted her head in confusion. Fuck. If you're looking so innocent like this, it makes me hesitate whether I should take you in here right now. Jin cursed inside his mind when he saw how innocent Rapunzel's face was when she asked the vulgar question. Meanwhile, Tigris was giggling to herself in the corner of the bed, watching the current events in amusement and interest. Tigris was interested in what having sex looks like on the outside. After all, her eyes are either closed or hazy due to pleasure whenever they have sex, so she was curious what having sex looks like. Hearing Tigris giggling, Jin felt like his manhood was being challenged, so he finally removed his clothes and brought his lips down to Rapunzel's delicate white neck. Chu x10. Jin planted many kisses all over her neck as he slowly brought his head down to her cleavage before using his hands to unzip her night dress and remove the upper part of the dress, showing a yellow bra with the sun as its design. Are princesses also supposed to wear their underwears with their respective kingdom symbol? Jin wondered to himself before putting it at the back of his head. Today, he would pleasure himself and his girls. Continuing his little journey, Jin's lips were finally breasts, and with one smooth swoop, Jin snapped Rapunzel's bra. He currently doesn't have the patience to remove the bra properly, so he resorted to just snapping it. Chapter 80, ch. 78, Sandwiched Lemon. Under the moonlight, Jin continued his assault on Rapunzel's body. Slowly tracing Rapunzel's upper body with his lips. Starting with her small but perky breasts before giving a small lick on her pink nipples. Rapunzel moaned in delight as she clutched the bed sheets. Although it's smaller than Tigress's, who am I to complain? All size makes the wood rise. Jin made a quote to himself. After giving attention to both of her cute pink little nipples, to the point where the nipples were already wet from his saliva. It was time for Jin to resume his long-awaited journey and continued giving kisses on her body as he traced down. After her breasts, Jin started kissing her cute and flat tummy and gave a small lick on her navel before he continued his descent. Tigress just watched him slowly taking Rapunzel by his kisses while her hands slowly found itself snaking towards his sopping wet pussy. Tigress slightly moaned and continued watching Jin, who had finally arrived at her wet pussy. Jin has long completely removed her dress, showing her delicate and smooth body to Jin and Tigress. Unlike Tigress, who has tanned skin and hard muscles in her body, Rapunzel's was the complete opposite. Her naked body is white and very soft like a newborn baby's body. More Rapunzel moaned as she raised her arms up in her head and grabbed the edge of the bed, allowing her breast to fully show its glory to everyone. With pleasure. Jin replied as he continued licking her shaved pussy and even inserting his tongue in the process. This time, the pleasure was too intense for Rapunzel as she moaned on the top of her lungs while Jin didn't stop and continued pulling and pushing his tongue inside her pussy. This time, Jin could feel the bulge in his pants, threatening to burst out any moment now. Tigress was very perceptive about this, so the moment she saw the bulge in his pants, she stopped pleasuring herself and crawled towards Jin's crotch and helped him remove his pants. Just as Jin felt the cold breeze of the air touching his cock, he suddenly felt a soft and wet tongue licking her mushroom head before engulfing his entire cock. Fuck! Jin resisted the urge to moan in pleasure as he could feel Tigress bobbing her head up and down, making his cock twitch in delight inside her mouth. Their position looks a bit awkward as Rapunzel was lying on her back on the bed while Jin was kneeling beneath her with his head stuck in her pussy while Tigress laid beneath his cock. The position kind of looks like a daisy chain, except that Rapunzel wasn't licking Tigress's pussy like it should've. After feeling that Jin's cock was wet enough, Tigress finally stopped sucking his cock and went back on the bed to pleasure herself once again. When Jin noticed that Tigress was finished, and Rapunzel was also wet enough, it was finally time for the main meal. Jin gave her pussy a one last kiss on her pussy lips before positioning himself on top of Rapunzel. A missionary position to be exact. Jin aligned his cock right in front of her pussy before giving Rapunzel a look of approval. However, Rapunzel was in a state of pleasure, so she was silent and didn't notice the gaze of approval that Jin was asking from her. Obviously, Jin can't wait anymore. So he took her silence as a yes and slowly inserted his 9-inch cock inside her pussy. Feeling the large girth welcoming itself on her pussy, Rapunzel yelled in pleasure and pain as she removed her grip on the edge of the bed and went on to grab Jin's broad shoulders. Jin could feel her nails scratching on his back, however he wasn't feeling any pain as her nails aren't that sharp or durable enough to cause damage to him. Meanwhile, red fluid flowed down on her pussy, marking the end of her virginity and signifying that Jin has taken Rapunzel as his woman. Is this what sex feels like? Rapunzel moaned in curiosity as she didn't know that sex could feel this good. Sure, she heard how good it is from Tigress, but words only are not enough to explain feelings such as sex and stuff. While Jin was having his very first threesome, Elsa just finished touching herself and came in her bed. Embarrassed, Elsa couldn't call someone to change her bed sheets as she was too embarrassed for it, so she decided to take it upon herself and go to the storage room where they usually keep the bed sheets and stuff. Getting up from her bed, Elsa wore her nightgown back again and started walking outside her room. The moment she stepped outside, she suddenly heard weird slapping sounds coming out of the hallway right exactly on her left. Hey! Confused, Elsa followed the weird slapping sounds and it led her to what she remembered to be Jin and his wife's room. Driven by the curiosity towards the weird set of slapping sounds, Elsa brought her ear on the door and closed her eyes so she could focus more on the sounds. AHN. Pack. Pack. Pack, X20. Hearing Rapunzel's moaning in the room combined with the skin-slapping sounds, not to mention, Jin's grunts inside the room. Imagining what they're doing, Elsa blushed madly as she realized the cause of those sounds. Aren't they afraid to be heard by everyone in the castle? Elsa said to herself in disbelief as couldn't resist planting her ear more on the door, wanting to hear more of their love-making sounds. I am getting wet again. She muttered to herself as she removed her ear on the door and was tempted to open the door. However, she resisted the urge and thankfully, she was successful. I should get out of here. Elsa said to herself before fixing her gown and walked away in a hurried but silent step. Back in the room, Jin was close to coming inside Rapunzel and as much as he wanted to be a father, but he had too many problems for now, so he pulled out and hurried climbed on top of Rapunzel and pointed his cock in front of her face. Splurt? Facial? No. I call this headshot. Splash after splash of his cum landed on Rapunzel's head up to her long hair. While Rapunzel simply closed her eyes and let Jin cum on her face repeatedly, to the point where she could feel the cum's warmth all over her face. Tigress, who saw the tons of cum on Rapunzel's face, couldn't resist the urge in her stomach and quickly approached Rapunzel before licking the cums on her face like a little kitty. Fuck. That's too hot. When Jin saw this, his little Jin suddenly rose once again, ready to tackle all of its enemies in front of him. You can do this, little buddy. We have many challenges to face. Jin patted the head of his cock before positioning himself behind Tigress, who was busy licking the cums on Rapunzel's face. Tigress, who was licking the cums on Rapunzel's face, suddenly felt a sharp sting on her pussy. Nay. Moaning, Tigress clutched on the bed sheets as she turned her face behind and glared at Jin, who was grinning to himself while plowing her from behind. Plaque, X20. As Tigress's ass was more perky than Rapunzel's, the sound of their slapping flesh was a bit different from before and produces more louder slapping sounds. Rapunzel, who finally got the cums ridden from her face, realized that the cums were replaced with wet saliva of Tigress. Yoog. Groaning, Rapunzel opened her eyes just to see Tigress moaning as she was being plowed from behind. Her face was very red and she was releasing misty breaths as she exhaled. Looking behind her, Rapunzel realized that Tigress was being fucked by Jin from behind. A bit jealous that Jin was done from her, Rapunzel sneakily stood up from the bed and walked behind Jin and crouched behind him. Jin, oblivious to what Rapunzel was planning to do, suddenly felt a wet tongue licking and sucking her balls. This prompted him to fasten his hips and it didn't take long before Tigress and Jin found themselves coming together. Meanwhile, Rapunzel was like a vacuum as she never stopped sucking on Jin's balls. To the point that Jin felt like coming again just from the sheer sucking on his balls. Shit. True to what he thought, despite already coming inside Tigress, Jin's cock twitches once more before another load of cum splashed inside her. Tigress, who was resting on the bed due to intense coming earlier, suddenly felt her insides being loaded by Jin once again. Meanwhile, Rapunzel stood up and whispered in Jin's ears. Jin. I haven't cummed yet. She whispered. Jin's limp cock suddenly got excited once again and stood proudly as if shouting to the rest of the world. Taitakai. Jin shuddered a bit as he knew that the night was just the beginning. Ahun. For the rest of the night until in the morning, a certain white-haired princess couldn't sleep due to the intense moaning from the other side of her room. The moan got so loud that it kept her awake throughout the rest of the night. "Please, let me sleep in peace," she begged inside her mind. Unfortunately, her wish finally came true as the moanings finally stopped, but the sun has already shone across her bedroom. Chapter 81, ch. 79, A Good Morning. As the morning came, the sunlight shone upon the room through the window, illuminating the three naked bodies in the bed with Jin being in the middle. As both of their breasts were pressed against him, Jin was grinning like a certain pervert even though he's still asleep. Opening his eyes, Jin was stunned by the sunlight that was blinding him, so he squinted his eyes for a bit and moved his head away from the sunlight. "Damn, last night was wild," Jin muttered to himself as he realized that both Tigress and Rapunzel were asleep beside him while having satisfied smiles on their faces. "I am such a good husband to be able to keep them satisfied in bed," Jin said to himself as he slowly untangled himself from their limbs. He even has to remove Rapunzel's magical hair from him as her hair was unbraided last night and now, it is sprawled all over the bed, down across the floor. As much as it annoys me, but her hair is very useful to me. I remember her using her magical hair last night to reverse her body slightly, just to replenish her stamina. Jin said to himself, he didn't think someone would actually use such power just to prolong the sex. Am I really that good in sex? Jin wondered to himself while successfully getting out of the bed and proceeded to do his daily routine. After brushing his teeth and washing himself, Jin saw that both of them were still asleep, so he tiptoed outside the room and closed the door, to make sure that no one would see what was happening inside. And just to make sure, he covered Tigress and Rapunzel with blankets and proceeded to leave. At the dining table, Jin saw that the royal family weren't eating and were actually waiting for him and her women. "Good morning, Jin. Come and eat with us," Agnar offered while Anna waved her arms to him while munching on a steak. Jin then noticed something weird about Elsa when he looked at her. Eye bags can be seen under Elsa's eyes while she was trying her best to look away from him, in which he didn't know why. "Elsa? Are you okay?" Worried, Jin asked her in concern as Elsa was stunned at first before responding. I am fine, nothing to worry about." Elsa stuttered and tucked her unkempt hair behind her ear while smiling awkwardly. "Does he know that I listened to them last night? Please, I hope not." Elsa cried inside her mind as she was praying to all kinds of gods she could pray to just for Jin to not know or notice anything weird about her right now. Yet, Jin saw how uncomfortable she was, so he didn't pursue it any longer and instead, he sat on the chair right beside Elsa while at the same time informing them about Tigress and Rapunzel's situation. "Tigress and Rapunzel are still asleep and I think they won't be waking anytime soon, so we don't have to wait for them. I'll just bring them their breakfast later after this," Jin said to them while Agnar and Iduna exchanged knowing looks. Although they didn't know or heard anything last night as their room is at the other end of the castle, seeing the happy and satisfied look on Jin's face tells them about what happened to them last night. So, they didn't question it and just nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, Anna doesn't have the same perception as they had, so she gulped and swallowed her food first before asking a question. "Why? Can't they just wake up and eat here in the dining room?" Anna asked innocently, while everyone except for her formed a wry smile. "No, Anna. They're, sick." "Yeah, they're sick and it is horrible that anyone other than me comes near them, would be affected but no worries, I'll make sure to take care of them in the meantime." Jin didn't know what to say at first, so he was stuck before coming up with a very cliché reason. "Oh, I see. I hope they recover soon." Anna nodded her head in understanding before turning her head to Iduna and asked. "Mama, can I finally have my chocolate, please?" Anna cupped her hands while making a begging expression to Iduna. Sigh. "Fine, Anna. But only this time, okay? And make sure to brush your teeth after." Iduna sighed to herself before calling one of the staff and ordered her to get the chocolates that Anna has been craving for. Meanwhile, Elsa just cast a glance at Jin. She knew that Jin was lying, but since it is for the greater good, then it doesn't matter anyway. After finishing their breakfast, Jin took 2 clean plates and filled them with food before putting them in a tray and proceeded back to his room. Using his chi powers to twist the doorknob, Jin got inside and saw that Tigress and Rapunzel were already awake and stretching themselves. "Good morning, sleeping beauties. Time for breakfast." Jin greeted them before placing the tray on the bed. "Ah! That's so sweet." Rapunzel touched her cheeks and said in a happy tone while looking at Jin with loving eyes. "Not as sweet as you when you rode me last night." Jin blurted out while giving a wink to Rapunzel, who immediately blushed as she finally remembered everything that they did last night. "Jin." Rapunzel pouted and playfully punched his arms, which Jin felt like a leaf just landed on his arms. All right. I'm sorry, here I have some food for you," Jin said while giving the plate to Rapunzel and Tigress respectively. Ah. Opening her mouth, Rapunzel stayed in her place, giving a message to Jin that she wanted to be spoon-fed. "Seriously?" Jin's mouth twitched as he sighed and grabbed the knife and fork to cut a small part of the steak and proceeded to offer it to Rapunzel's mouth. When Rapunzel saw this, she was about to close her mouth to consume the steak. However, the moment she did, she felt nothing but air. Vexed, Rapunzel opened her eyes just to see that the fork was already on Jin's mouth and he seemed to be chewing something. Coming to realization and seeing Tigress's chuckling face, Rapunzel pouted and quickly tried to snatch the plate from Jin's hand. However, Jin quickly retracted his hand before speaking. "I was just joking." "Here," Jin said with an amused tone before cutting another steak and offered it to Rapunzel. This time, Rapunzel ate the steak with her eyes squinting towards Jin, casting a distressed look towards him. "Here, Tigress." This time, it was Tigress's turn. Jin is a good husband, he would never forget his first wife. So he grabbed her plate and cut a small part of the fish and offered it to her mouth. Since Tigress is a tigress, Jin thought that she would like fish much more than a steak, so fish is the one that he placed on her plate. "How did you know that fish is my favorite dish?" Tigress said while munching on the fish. "As your husband, I am required to know everything about you," Jin said with a very sweet tone. Clearly, he can't tell her that tigers are like cats and cats like fish, right? "I see." Tigress nodded her head before opening her mouth again, for another fish. Just like that, Jin continued feeding his 2 girls while Elsa was passing by their room and happened to see this sweet moment. "Will he also do that to me if I became his wife?" "No. What are you thinking, Elsa? He's married and it's not like he has feelings for me." At first, Elsa was infatuated before shaking her head after realizing that there's no way for her to be with Jin. But perhaps there's a chance," Elsa whispered to herself as she resumed walking back to her room. After bringing the plates to the sink where the staff diligently cleaned them, Tigress and Rapunzel decided to stay locked inside the room as they're still sore between their legs. Although Rapunzel could heal the soreness, but there's no reason to heal it, so it stayed that way for the rest of the day. For Jin, there wasn't much to do except for gathering information about what has happened to this world while he's gone. From what he knows, he was gone for at least 1.5 months. Which is not as bad as he was expecting that he would be gone for 2 or 3 months. While Jin was gathering information, there is still one thing that God didn't tell him. Seriously? Sending an angel to stay in that world? Either you're trying to kill him or you're just crazy for entertainment. Back in God's domain, Callias was munching on some chips while commenting on God's decision. "Don't worry, Jin will be fine. I'm sure of it. Just to remind you again, he's anything but normal," God replied while wearing a fedora hat and sunglasses. His white suit was also gone and was replaced with a Hawaii shirt and shorts, combined with slippers. "Where are you going dressing like that?" Callias asked in confusion. "Just to visit a friend of mine," God said while fixing his Hawaii shirt. "Friend? Which friend? Buddha? Shiva? Who? Callias asked again. God turned to look at him and said one word that only Callias heard before flashing away in a bright light. Holy cow! Callias muttered in shock. Chapter 82, ch 80, Going to Shrek. After a few hours of gathering information, Jin finally got everything he needed to know after his disappearance. Firstly, his Dragon's Nest organization is thriving as he expected. Although he left so early, his disciples in the Dragon's Nest were doing just fine, and in fact, they even managed to recruit many interesting and talented individuals. Thanks to Jin's teachings and the books that he left behind for them to study just in case he's gone, most of them were finally improving just fine. Although they aren't on the line of the masters yet, each of them are enough to defeat a knight. It won't be long before each of them will finally reach their dreams. Jin would definitely visit them the next time he found a chance to do so. Secondly, Jin also noticed that Arendelle has finally opened its gates, as he could see several ships from other kingdoms coming in and out of the port. Although Jin doesn't have any interest in the kingdom, he knows that by opening the gates means that the problem of Elsa and Anna has been finally resolved. However, he also heard that several princes from other kingdoms has started coming in with a marriage proposal to Elsa, as they heard the news that she's already 18 and is on the age to be married. Jin just hopes that whoever that Elsa will be married to, must be a good man like he is. Whoever her husband will be, he must go through me first. Jin resolutely said to himself inside his mind, not knowing that Elsa has already been destined to a certain fire-bending/devil guy. Lastly, he has finally gained his bounty from several other kingdoms. Jin first saw this obviously from Shrek, who told him about his bounty. To be honest, Jin doesn't care about this bounty thing since there are no bounty hunters who could capture him or kill him. Though they're a bit troublesome, as his peaceful ordinary life would be disrupted by them from time to time. But nonetheless, Jin would just have to carry on with his life as he saw the template percent of his Iroh template. 95%. I just need to enlighten a few more individuals and I'm good to go to the next world. Jin said to himself as he decided to make his moment last in this world before leaving, and what else but to have an adventure? I think Shrek should be coming to rescue his Princess Fiona, right? It doesn't sound that bad to help him out. Jin placed his finger under his chin as he nodded several times before making up his decision. But first, I would have to tell Tigress and Rapunzel about me leaving. Who knows what they will do to me once I leave them again without any warning. Jin added before jogging back to the castle. We'll join you. Rapunzel and Tigress said in unison after Jin told them about his upcoming adventure with Shrek. Jin wasn't expecting this. He thought that they would rather stay in the castle and play with Anna or Elsa. However, he's not totally against them coming with him. In fact, he would be delighted as he's not that comfortable traveling with an ogre and a talking donkey. Sure, I mean, it's not like I could say no to both of you, right? Jin said while Rapunzel nodded her head and replied. Finally, an adventure. I wonder how many interesting guys we'll meet? Hopefully, I would not meet a horrible ogre or something. Rapunzel shuddered just by thinking about it. She had heard that ogres are vicious and ugly creatures that feast on humans. Jin was speechless at what Rapunzel said. Should he tell her that they're going to meet up with an ogre? But it's unwise to tell her that, and it might make her change her mind on coming with him, so Jin decided to keep it to himself. After all, this is for her greater good. Yes, this is for the greater good. Jin nodded to himself and said, being disillusioned that what he is doing is right. If a certain old wizard were to hear him, he would definitely raise him a cup of appreciation. So? What are we waiting for? Let's go. I'll get my horse. Rapunzel said before kissing him on the cheek and started running towards the stables. You're hiding something, aren't you? Tigress stepped forward and said to him in suspicions as she was squinting her eyes at him. No. Jin answered slowly while looking away. However, the more he looked away, the more she squints her eye on him, so he finally gave up and sighed before telling her the truth. Well, we're going to meet an ogre. I mean, it's not that bad, right? Jin smiled and said while shrugging. To me it's not, but I don't know about Rapunzel. She doesn't seem to be fond of ogres and such. Tigress replied while looking at the stables where Rapunzel was climbing on top of her horse. I mean, with you and me here, there's no reason to be afraid, and it's not like this ogre is like any ogre that you have heard of. What do you mean? Tigress asked with a tilted head. Well, first of all, he's not like other ogres who eat humans. I think he only eats insects and such. And second, he's a very kind and good guy, as long as you don't disturb his peaceful swamp. And lastly, I've known him before, so there's no need to be afraid of him. Jin explained 3 reasons in one breath. And why are we going to him anyways? Surely, there's much better things to do here other than hanging out with an ogre. Tigress asked for the last time, and in fact, she was right. Is there anything interesting in hanging out with an ogre? Fortunately, this ogre isn't any normal ogre. Trust me. He's on a great adventure to rescue a princess from a dragon's keep. Don't you want to fight strong beings? Here's your chance. Fighting a literal dragon is different from fighting a normal human. Jin winked at Tigress while convincing her. Jin feels like he's some kind of merchant that is enticing his customers to buy his products. A dragon? Tigress asked in surprise as her fighting spirits seemed to have awakened. Obviously she knows what a dragon is. After all, there's a reason why Dragon Warrior exists back in her world. Many know that in some worlds, dragons are known as beings with countless power at their disposal. Not to mention that they're sometimes even known to be beings whose purpose is to lay destruction in its wake. Is that true? There's a dragon in this world. At this point, Tigress was staring directly at Jin's eyes, as her own eyes can be seen to be filled with nothing but your excitement and fighting intent. It seems like Tigress would always have that blood of fighting strong opponents in her blood. Don't get too excited, my little kitty. Remember the last time you fought a strong opponent? Instead of replying to her question, Jin made her remember her past mistakes. Back before he disappeared, when she fought a very strong individual to the point where she almost died and even brought Elsa to death because of her. I've been training all this time ever since you disappeared. I'll show you this time how strong I've grown. Tigress was stunned at first, as she indeed remembered her mistake in the past, but still. She wanted to fight again, and this time, she's no longer who she used to be in the past. I'll take your word for it, and just in case, I'll interfere if you get yourself in danger. Jin looked into her eyes and said in a serious tone. I assure you, you won't have to. Tigress raised her chest and smiled in confidence. We'll see that. Anyways, as much as he doesn't want to see Tigress getting hurt or almost dying like last time. But he also wanted her to grow strong, not for him but for her own good. If someday he died or disappeared again, he won't be there to protect her if something bad happens. Hey guys, let's go. Rapunzel came riding in a carriage towards them as she excitedly said to them. It's unknown how she managed to get a carriage instead of a horse. You're too excited, Rapunzel. Do you have spare clothes? Tigress chuckled and shook her head at Rapunzel's eagerness. Yeah, about that. Rapunzel scratched the back of her head in embarrassment as she realized her fault. I'll go and gather some clothes for us, Jin said before walking back towards their room, and also to inform Agnar and Iduna about them leaving. A few minutes later, he finally gathered the clothes and told Agnar and Iduna about them leaving. They only said a farewell goodbye and to take care of themselves. Let's go, Jin said to them as he entered the carriage and dropped the clothes and stuff before jumping on the driver's seat and took hold of the reins. Adventure, here we come. Rapunzel yelled outside the window as the carriage started moving and left Arendelle's walls. As they left the walls and slowly disappeared in the horizon, another horse with a hooded figure also left the kingdom's walls and started following the trails of the carriage. Inside the hood was a white-haired beauty. It was none other than Elsa. I hope Mama, Papa, and Anna will forgive me for leaving without any notice. Elsa muttered to herself as she snapped the reins to urge the horse to go faster. Chapter 83, ch 81, Meeting the Ogre with a Talking Donkey. Across the forest, Jin and the gang just crossed the long bridge that leads to another land that is far larger and wider than the lands where the Arendelle resides. *TAC. 10. While Jin was sitting on the driver's seat while Rapunzel was sound asleep inside the carriage, Tigress's sharp hearing senses suddenly heard another sound of the horse's footsteps that is literally different from their horse. Although it is hard to determine, however, hearing it far behind them instead of the front was what gave it away. Just as she was about to tell Jin about her discovery, he suddenly beat him into it. I know. I've already noticed it long ago. Jin said while he continued driving the carriage as if there was no one following them. What are we going to do? Tigress asked in slight excitement. Whoever their follower is, there's a high chance that it is someone that holds ill will towards them. But there's also a chance that it's just a normal guy riding a horse that just coincidentally took the same road as they did. We do nothing. We'll only know if it is following us when we arrive at our location. Jin said, and Tigress leaned back to her seat to relax again, disappointed that she won't be having to fight anytime soon. After a whole long day of intense journey, they have finally arrived at a small kingdom that has weird walls and a very tall rectangular structure in the middle. Duloc? What is this? I've never heard of this. Rapunzel squinted her eyes at the large signage at the gate. There are no guards guarding the gate, and what's even more weird is that a bunch of metal fences were lying down on the ground as if someone just rammed through it without any care. How about we enter to find out? Jin was the same. He hasn't heard of Duloc and he can't recall any kingdoms that have the same name as it. Perhaps it is a new kingdom. Tigress commented as they entered through the gates. Kitty, building a kingdom is not easy as this, and once a new kingdom emerges, it would require large manpower and connections to several nobles and royal families in other kingdoms. My guess is that this Duloc must be some kind of town that started building walls around it and locked itself away from the outside world. Jin said, and the moment they entered, they were met with silence. The structures were all the same without any tinge of uniqueness in it. This is weird. Rapunzel hid behind Rapunzel as she was a bit creeped out at the silence of the entire residence. That's when they heard loud singing, just a short distance away from them. Welcome to Duloc, such a perfect town. Here we have some rules, let us lay them down. The singing goes on and it attracted their attention to it, and that's when they saw a large green buff man with a donkey beside him, watching a blue cabinet where a bunch of figurines were singing and dancing. Please keep off of the grass, shine your shoes, wipe your face. The singing goes on as Tigress was raising her eyebrows and was staring at the scene with a confused face. What the? Tigress uttered as she turned to look at Jin and Rapunzel, wanting to see if they were also seeing what she was seeing. Thankfully for her, she wasn't the only one seeing the scene unfold, as Rapunzel was chuckling at the scene while Jin was shaking his head with his palm on his forehead. Great, I guess we won't have to go to his swamp. It would take another few hours to arrive there. Jin said to himself as the singing was finally about to finish. Duloc is, such a perfect place. Soon after that, the figurines retraced and went back inside the cabinet before the cabinet doors closed by itself. There was a flash of light that flashed in front of Shrek and Donkey. A photo suddenly printed out of the crack, showing Shrek and Donkey's confused faces. Weird, why am I seeing three guys behind us? Donkey commented while squinting his eyes at the photo. Hey! Shrek was confused and grabbed the photo, taking a good look at it before realizing that Donkey was right. So he quickly turned around, and that's when he saw a familiar face. The Flame Predator. Shrek called out his nickname, making Jin scrunch his face at the cringeness of the nickname. Whoever thought of that? I swear I will hunt you down. Jin made a promise inside his mind as he turned to Shrek and waved his hand. Nice meeting you again, Shrek. How are you doing? Jin greeted while walking towards them while Rapunzel was hiding behind Tigress, as she was looking at Shrek with slight fear in her eyes. "Oh! My day is very great. It's not like a bunch of fairies just swarmed over my swamp and took over it as if it were their own. The baddest part is now I have to fix this issue myself." Shrek complained in an ironic tone as he swayed his arms around while Donkey replied to him. "Shrek, I thought you were going to help them take back their home," Donkey said with a betrayed expression. "Not now, Donkey. I'm only here so Lord Farquaad can kick them out of my swamp," Shrek said bluntly. "Oh! The deception! I thought we were on a mission to defeat Farquaad and restore peace among the fairies." Donkey made a dramatic pose by placing his foot above his forehead and cried out while staring at the sky. "There is no mission, only peace talks," Shrek said, and just as Donkey was about to further his drama, they suddenly heard shouting from a certain area. There! Tigress's senses were more sharp, so she managed to quickly detect where the sound was coming from. "Thank you. Hopefully, everything ends well." Shrek thanked Tigress before he started walking towards the arena, where the sound is coming from. "Hold on. Wait for me, Shrek." Donkey quickly dropped his act and started chasing after Shrek. "Is that an ogre?" After they're already on a certain distance, Rapunzel asks in a whisper tone. "And a talking donkey?" Tigress added. When she saw Donkey talking, it reminded her of Master Donkey back in her world. Their appearance is not that far, with the way they both walk are different. Master Donkey walks in her two-hoof while Donkey walks like your everyday average donkey. Let's follow them. Knowing what will happen next, Jin wanted to see them. In fact, he wanted to see just how much he could interfere in a plot. Killing or beating Farquaad will do just fine. Hearing Jin, Rapunzel looked at Tigress, asking for help as she didn't follow the ogre. Unfortunately for her, Tigress simply shrugged her shoulders before following Jin. There's no way she could change Jin's mind, as he seemed to be set upon on this adventure. If she did something he doesn't like, there's a high chance that he would break her waist again in bed. Amen. Rapunzel was cast down, but still, she followed them. In the arena, Jin saw that Farquaad was already offering the knights to be the champion as long as they defeated Shrek. "You there? Are you here to join in defeating the ogre to become the champion that will rescue the princess trapped in a tower?" Farquaad notices Jin's arrival and quickly assumes that Jin is here to compete. Just as Jin was about to reply, Tigress and Rapunzel soon entered, making Farquaad stop talking and quickly stared at them in lust, especially to Rapunzel. "My good lord! You there, beautiful lady, may you grace me with your name?" Farquaad quickly pointed his finger towards Rapunzel and yelled. "Me? Rapunzel, my name is Rapunzel, the princess of Corona Kingdom." Stunned, Rapunzel's introductory training quickly kicked in and she introduced herself while spreading her gown sideways as she bowed her head slightly. "Good lord! A princess nonetheless. You must marry me." Farquaad, seeing his chance in front of him, didn't hesitate and quickly took the opportunity. "Finally! This is my chance to marry a princess and truly become a king. Let's add the fact that this princess is beautiful. I could finally have someone with good looks to warm my bed." Farquaad maliciously stared at Rapunzel in lust. "Unfortunately, she's already married to me." Jin then stepped forward and hugged Rapunzel by her waist as she yelped in surprise. Though she calmed down soon and just warmly hugged him back by putting her hand on his broad chest. Jin was already fuming in anger inside his mind and he can't wait to release it. Having someone setting his sights on his woman makes him boil in rage inside, but thankfully, he's managing to hold it down just fine. Farquaad was disappointed that Rapunzel was married and there's a high chance that she's already tainted, but still, as long as he marries her, he could become king and he would just have to discard her after he's done using her. "Oh really then? Fine. Knights. Whoever could beat this man and take that princess to me shall become the champion." So he just boredly looked at him before changing the goal and quickly ordered the knights who were supposed to kill Shrek. Hearing his order, the participating knights quickly pointed their sharp swords at Jin. "You just gave me a reason to kill you now," Jin muttered in a whisper as his face twitched in anger as the boiling anger that he's been holding back soon exploded. Chapter 84, ch 82, isekai'd is now far from living. "Oh no, that poor guy. Shrek. Let's go and help him." Not knowing who he was, Donkey was worried about him, so he tried to convince Shrek to help him. However, Shrek was not beside him anymore. Instead, Donkey found him sitting on the table while drinking the wine bottle. Glug. Glug. I bet my swamp that they won't last a minute against him. After finishing a whole bottle of wine in one go, Shrek crudely wiped his mouth with his shirt and confidently said. Just as Donkey was confused and wanted to ask where Shrek got us confidence from, he suddenly saw what happened on the battlefield. After the first knight entered his 1-meter radius, the knight suddenly found Jin's foot embedded on his head, piercing through the metallic helmet. Boom! K. Blood ran across the battlefield as the first knight was down on the ground with a bleeding face and missing teeth. The countdown hasn't even reached 5 seconds since the order was given and a knight was already down on the ground with one strike. Hey! Everyone was confused at the scene. Even isekai'd, who was confidently drinking his glass of wine, suddenly dropped it when he saw what happened. It's just luck. All of you, go at him at the same time. Feeling a bit of fear, isekai'd quickly ordered the knights, who regained their morale. That's right. What happened must be luck. There's no way you can defeat a trained knight in a single strike. Not to mention, every knight here is not only trained and experienced, but since they qualify to participate, then their strength is not your average knight. Rah! A knight carrying a large axe with his 2 hands started rushing towards him before raising his axe. However, he didn't even manage to register what happened next when a swift and fast kick suddenly destroyed his entire helmet and caused him to fall on the ground without any consciousness. Don't even mention what happened to his face. This time, every knight in the battlefield stepped back in fear. There's no way what happened was luck. Now that I see him more clearly, he does look familiar to me. One of the knights muttered as he tried to remember where he saw Jin's face. Everyone, including isekai'd and Donkey, also stared at Jin's face, wondering where they saw his face. There's no way someone like him is unknown. Think, isekai'd, think. Think, who did you just mess with? isekai'd also tried to remember where he saw Jin's face as he started sweating, assuming the worst, which is that he messed with someone he shouldn't have. Unfortunately for them, it would be a bit hard for them to remember, as Jin's bounty was crudely drawn by hand with a black ink instead of a literal photo where you can see the background and the colors. I would be dumb if I just stayed here and waited for you all to remember where you saw me, Jin commented before starting his small rampage. Boom! Bam! X6. The participating knights didn't even get to touch even the slightest fabric of his clothes before they all found themselves down on the ground with a broken nose and missing teeth. You're next. Jin's fists were bleeding as he pointed his index finger towards isekai'd. No, the blood on his fist wasn't his, instead the blood belonged to all the knights that he punched in the face. Hike! isekai'd was now pissing himself as he stuttered and ordered next. Shoot him. I want all those arrows to hit him, isekai'd said while hiding behind his black masked executioner. The knights bravely pointed their bows and arrows towards Jin without a slight hint of fear. Sure, Jin is strong, but in their minds, there's no way he could avoid hundreds of arrows, right? Fire! isekai'd loudly ordered, and everyone released their quivers one by one. Puss, X169. Looking at all these arrows raining down on him, Jin just cracked his neck, but before he made a move, he looked at Rapunzel and Tigress, trying to see if an arrow would hit them. Thankfully, the knights were thinking clearly and didn't target them. But before he shifted his focus, he winked at Tigress, sending her a message that took her a few seconds to understand. Closing his eyes for a moment, Jin's ears picked up every arrow's air resistance sound before opening his eyes with clear focus on them. Much to everyone's shock, Jin avoided each arrow as if he could predict where the arrow would hit him. Jin wasn't using any special abilities to do this feat. In fact, he was simply using his sharp senses and quick reflexes to dodge every arrow. Impossible! This time, isekai'd was now pissing himself and was about to run away when he suddenly heard a sound in front of him. Slowly looking up, isekai'd saw his executioner down in the ground with Jin stepping on his face as he coldly stared at him. "Where are you going, you little midget?" Jin tilted his head as isekai'd awkwardly smiled. What do you want? Do you want money? Here. Take all of it. You can even take my entire town. At this moment, isekai'd was only thinking about saving his life. This just shows that no amount of wealth or success can replace your life. The moment you meet death, everything becomes worthless. I seek no wealth. Jin stepped forward and crouched in front of isekai'd, facing him eye to eye. Only death. Jin whispered in isekai'd's ears. Help. Realizing that Jin can't be talked with, isekai'd quickly turned around and tried to ask his remaining knights for help. However, he was shocked at what he saw when he turned around. The tanned girl that he saw earlier was now decimating his every knight with nothing but her fists and slightly long nails. Who did I just mess with? isekai'd muttered to himself as he finally realized just how fucked up he is right now. The devil! Jin whispered behind him before grabbing his entire face with his hand, slowly lifting him up from the ground. Hurchi. isekai'd tried to ask for mercy as he tried to remove Jin's hand that was holding his entire face. Mercy is for the weak. Jin muttered next before preparing to smash isekai'd's face with his palm, however he saw that Rapunzel was watching him. She just reached 18 and he doesn't want her to see the cruel side of the world. So he sighed and turned around before entering isekai'd's castle. Where are you taking me? isekai'd asked. Earlier he felt that his death was nearing him, however the grip on his face suddenly softened. Thinking that his life is being spared, isekai'd mentally screamed in joy. Haha! Thank the heavens! Don't worry, once I got out of here, I'll make sure to get my revenge on you and fuck those girls if yours in front of you. isekai'd chuckled evilly as he can't wait to take his revenge. This should be good enough. Suddenly, he heard Jin speak and stop in his royal bathroom. Hey? What are we doi shulk? Just as isekai'd was confused and wanted to ask about it, the grip on his face suddenly came running back with full force. His face didn't last a second before his head popped off like a watermelon. I'm taking you to hell. Jin answered isekai'd's question earlier before he died. Outside the castle, every knight fell unconscious on the ground with several scratch marks on their armors while some of their armor or helmet were caved in. Tigris was sitting on the ground, taking a slight rest while Rapunzel was going around the battlefield, poking at every unconscious knight, trying to see if one of them would wake up. You really did a good one on them. Rapunzel commented as she realized that Tigris and Jin were literal one-man army. It's just pure dedication and hard work. Tigris responded to her comment. Do you think you can train me? I want to punch and kick bad guys too. Rapunzel asked as she started punching and kicking the air. I would love to, but ask Jin first. Tigris nodded her head and said. Just when Rapunzel was about to reply as well, Jin arrived and overheard their conversation. It doesn't sound bad. Kung Fu is for everyone but Rapunzel. Are you sure about that? If we train you, we will show no mercy. Jin seriously said to Rapunzel. In fact, he has long wanted to train her, but he doesn't know if she would like it. After all, the way of Kung Fu is never easy, and a princess like Rapunzel who grew up in a tower without experiencing hardships in life would probably make her uncomfortable. Well, I will try. Hearing Jin's warning, Rapunzel's decision started to waver, however she still wanted to train so she could reach her dream and take down bad guys with her own hands instead of relying on either Jin or her mighty frying pan. Alright then, we'll start once we leave here. Jin said before walking away, he went here to have fun, but isekai'd annoyed him so much, so he doesn't want to stay here any longer, his day is ruined. Shrek, please tell me I'm not dreaming. Donkey stared at Jin's back in shock. Smack! Shrek simply smacked his head, making Donkey act and shake his head in return. Alright, that hurts, but I'm glad I'm not seeing things. Donkey sighed and said in relief. What you should be glad of is that he's not our enemy. Shrek replied to Donkey. Well, you're right. I'm a good donkey and I never mess with people like him. Donkey nodded to himself. Chapter 85, ch 83, Dragon's Keep, 1. At this point, the citizens of Duloc town have long disappeared and ran away from the town. They have long disappeared the moment they saw Tigress decimating the knights. So it is a town. I thought it was some kind of kingdom or something. Rapunzel said after reading a nearby promotion type of poster that is plastered on a wall. Told you. It is impossible to build a kingdom just by yourself. You need connections to other royal families. Jin said while stretching himself. To be honest, he finally remembered this town after massacring the so-called king. I think it was Donkey's girlfriend who was supposed to be the one to kill isekai'd. Jin said to himself while walking outside the walls of Duloc town and climbed on top of their carriage's driver's seat. So, where are we going next? Rapunzel was on the tip of her toes as she was getting excited in this adventure of theirs. Well, first of all, it looks like our big and talking friend won't be joining us anymore. Right, Shrek? Jin said first while asking Shrek, who was walking back to his swamp followed by Donkey. Oh God! Please don't kill us. I'll be a good donkey. Donkey, who has been wary and scared of Jin because of watching his feats, immediately panicked, thinking that they would be Jin's next victim. Calm down, Donkey. He's just asking a question. Shrek explained to Donkey, who gulped his saliva in fear and slowly stood up while watching Jin's every movement. If Jin does anything, he'll definitely run away from here without looking back. How can you be scared of me when you even faced and charmed a dragon on your own? Jin's face twitched at Donkey's unnecessary fear towards him. Well, isekai'd's gone, then that means the fairies would leave my swamp and I'll have it back again for myself. Shrek shrugged his shoulders and said. Are you sure? We're planning on invading a dragon's keep and rescuing the princess. I heard she marries anyone who rescues her. Jin offered the sweets, hoping that Shrek would take it. No thanks. I'm fine by my swamp. A woman would only disturb the peace I have. Shrek waved his hand, not wanting to have a woman. However, Donkey has seen Shrek's life. Sure, Shrek is at peace, but Donkey could tell that Shrek needs a companion for life, someone that will accompany him for the rest of his life until he dies. Hey Shrek! Rescuing this princess could be your chance to prove you're not just an ogre. Plus, think of the rewards. Fame, fortune, and maybe even a cozy swamp for two. I mean, it's a princess, right? Marrying a princess has its perks, and you would even be the new king of a kingdom. And Donkey was convincing Shrek as Shrek stopped in his tracks and seemed to think about something. So? Are you guys coming or what? Jin asked aloud. We're coming. Let's go, Shrek. No time to waste. Donkey quickly raised his head and answered. Wait, what? I didn't say anything. However, it was too late for Shrek as Donkey was already using his head to bump him towards the carriage. Thankfully, the carriage is very big, considering that it is one of the royal carriages of Arendelle. Without further ado, Shrek was forced by Donkey to come along while Donkey excitedly jumped inside and made himself cozy. After seeing that they're fine in the carriage, Jin snapped the reins of the carriage, making the horse start moving. Are we there yet? Donkey boredly asked while staring at the grassy blurring ground outside the window of the carriage. Not yet. Donkey, can I ask you a question? Rapunzel answered his question while at the same time, asking hers. What? If you're asking if I'm talking, then yes, I am. Donkey answered curtly. No, I was not going to ask that. I just want to ask, how are you capable of talking? I mean, are your parents also talking like you? Rapunzel tucked her hair behind her ear as she was interested in hearing Donkey's story. Oh no! Shrek muttered as he quickly placed his 2 fingers on both of his ears, preparing to the storm that is to come. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I learned how to talk after years of listening to that old woman and her husband's rant every day. Like, seriously, there's no day that they won't start a fight about very simple things. I mean, who in their right mind would fight someone just because he breathes the same air as you? Thank God, I left that old woman. Donkey's mouth started rambling as he narrated his story. This is one of Donkey's perks. He just can't keep his mouth shut, and now that an opportunity was presented to him, Donkey would never shut his mouth off again. If I see that old woman one more time, I would definitely stick my hoof up on her little hole behind her. I think I remember, it is where her feces are coming out. Oh God, now I remember her defecating beside me when she used to give me walks outside. Until I started talking though, she never took me on a walk anymore. You know, if I have a dream, then my dream would be to become a horse. A royal horse to be exact. I want to feel the air rushing over my face as I run across the large field. Oh right, there was this one time when I saw 2 guys going at it. And when I say at it, I literally mean at it. They were unstoppable. Who knew men are capable of those things? Shut up, Donkey! Shrek tried to yell at Donkey, however that was ignored and continued his rant for the rest of the journey. I've never seen a kind human like you guys. Except for him. After hours of long gruesome rumbling, Donkey was finally finished and thought that Rapunzel and Tigress were very kind to him for listening to his ramblings. Unlike Shrek, who always yelled at him for rambling his mouth, Rapunzel and Tigress actually listened to him. Should we tell him that we fell asleep while he's staring outside as he rambled earlier? Rapunzel whispered to Tigress after hearing Donkey's compliment on them. You shouldn't have asked him that question earlier. 2 questions are enough to make him babble his mouth non-stop for 8 hours. Tigress yawned slightly as she answered Rapunzel's question. You're right. Rapunzel smiled awkwardly. It's a miracle how you guys can fall asleep despite that ranting. Shrek muttered to himself. Unlike Rapunzel and Tigress, he was forced to listen to every rant of Donkey. We're near. Jin suddenly said to them outside the carriage. To be honest, he was interested in everything that Donkey said for the last 8 hours. Unlike Rapunzel and Tigress, who slept throughout the session, Jin listened attentively as he was interested in Donkey's past. Although his adventures in life were great, unfortunately, he didn't fully mention if his parents were like him. Oh, finally! Rapunzel stretched her arms out before jumping out of the carriage, but because stepping on a small pebble, she accidentally sprained her ankle. Kaya! Falling forward, Rapunzel closed her eyes, bracing for the incoming impact. However, instead of feeling the hot and spiky ground, she only felt warm arms enveloping her body. Are you okay? You should be more careful. Opening her eyes, Rapunzel's eyes met with Jin's clear black eyes like the night sky. Gulping her saliva, Rapunzel pushed her head forward and planted a kiss on Jin's lips. Thanks, my Prince Charming. Rapunzel beautifully smiled as Jin smirked and kissed her back before helping her stand up and slowly walked towards the carriage so she could have something to lean on, so she could assess the sprain on her ankles. That looks bad. Donkey said as he saw the purple mark on Rapunzel's ankles. You should probably sing that. Tigress said while pointing at the sprain. Yeah, you're right. Rapunzel said before grabbing a handful of her hair from its braided position and wrapping it around her ankle. Sing? Why would she sing her ankle? Donkey asked in confusion, before gasping in realization. Gasp. Did I just affiliate myself with a bunch of crazy people? Oh Shrek, we gotta get out of here. Donkey looked away and whispered to himself as he stared at Shrek, wanting to ask for some answers. However, Shrek shares the same confusion as him. Flower, gleam, and glow. Let your power shine. Make the clock reverse. Bring back what once was mine. Heal what has been hurt. Change the fate's design. Save what has been lost. Bring back what once was mine. What once was mine. After she finished her healing incantation and her hair glows, much to Donkey and Shrek's shock. I'm definitely affiliated with crazy people. This time, Donkey unconsciously said it out loud as he was mesmerized and stared at Rapunzel's glowing hair. While Shrek was the same, however, he didn't say anything out loud. He just wondered in surprise that there are such awesome things that can be found outside his swamp. Maybe, it's for my betterment to come along in this adventure, Shrek said to himself. Meanwhile, Tigress just rolled her eyes at Donkey's comment. Though she could understand that seeing Rapunzel's powers for the first time is indeed quite shocking. Suddenly, her nose and ears picked up a scent and sound from afar. Looking on her side, she squinted her eyes, and that's when she saw a hooded figure riding a white horse that doesn't look like something that can be found or bought from an average stable. Having enough of the stalking from an unknown individual, Tigress decided to confront the stalker. Fwussy! Ah! Yelping in surprise, Elsa suddenly found Tigress standing in front of her while her eyes were looking at her with a raised eyebrow. Elsa? Why are you here? Wait, you're the one who's been following us this whole time? Tigress asked several questions one by one. Wait, please let me explain first. Elsa was muddled from being barraged with questions, so she put her palm out in front of her so she could take a deep breath and explain. Tigress stopped asking questions and waited for Elsa to explain her side. You see. Elsa then proceeds to explain the reason why she followed them. Chapter 86, ch 84, The Dragon's Keep, 2. After hearing Elsa's reason that she overheard them talking about an ogre, she couldn't help but want to come along as she was curious about the outside world. In other words, she's just a growing teenager who is having her first spending the night with friends thing where she goes against her parents and comes with her friends. There's another reason, isn't it? Tigress asked while squinting her eyes at Elsa. She could smell and tell that Elsa was hiding something and she wants to know what it is. Elsa tried to look away as she suddenly got nervous from Tigress's question and her stare. I can't just tell her that I have a crush on her husband and want to use this chance to get close to him. It's bad to steal someone's husband. Elsa blushes slightly when she imagines Jin and her having a secret relationship behind his wife's back. Seeing the look on Elsa's face, Tigress suddenly came to a realization and quickly slapped her forehead as she muttered to herself. Oh Jin, what have you done? Stop seducing princesses left and right. And this time, we're on our way to rescue another princess? No way, Elsa is acceptable, but I can't let Jin make every princess he interacts with to fall in love with him. Tigress scolded her husband inside her mind for being too charming while at the same time, unconsciously accepting Elsa while rejecting the princess that they would rescue in the tower. I overheard earlier that Shrek needs a companion. Maybe he could go and rescue the princess while I keep Jin by my side. I'm afraid that if he went on to rescue the locked princess, there's no hesitation that she would fall for Jin. Tigress resolutely made a decision inside her mind. If you don't want to tell it to me now, it's fine by me. You can tell me if you're ready. Seeing that Elsa was hesitant about her feelings, Tigress wanted Elsa to acknowledge and accept her feelings for Jin before she could help her. Why does it feel like I am helping Jin form a group of women that is in love with him? I should probably be jealous about it, but can someone like Jin really be satisfied with me? Tigress wondered to herself as Elsa was thankful that Tigress was understanding that she doesn't want to talk about her feelings anytime soon. Maybe, it will go away someday. Elsa said to herself, not knowing that one of the hardest emotions to control is love. And to someone like her who is new to love, especially since Jin is her first crush, it would be nigh impossible for her to dissipate the feelings that she has for him. Let's go to Jin, he has many questions about you following us. Tigress said and helped Elsa get down from her horse's back. She could tell that the horse was very tired and exhausted. She must have followed us here without thinking of bringing rations for her horse. Tigress said to herself. Luckily, there are some spare horse rations back in the carriage, she can use that to feed Elsa's horse. After walking back to Jin, Elsa was embarrassingly looking away, as if a child caught by her parents. Well, it's nice to see you. I'm not gonna ask why you're here, but since you're already here, then you can join us. Jin said after seeing that their stalker turns out to be Elsa. Though this is a good thing, as fighting a flame-breathing dragon is a good practice for her. She and Tigress are probably enough to defeat the dragon, while Shrek and Donkey will go and save Fiona. Jin planned and said to himself. He never planned to save Fiona in the first place, so Tigress's plan earlier was for naught. Really? Ahem, I mean, sure, since you said. Elsa got excited at being part of the adventure before realizing her sudden outburst, so she cleared her throat slightly before she calmly changed her tone and answered. Oh great, another woman. Shrek rolled his eyes and commented, getting a frown from Elsa. Who's the big ogre? Although she felt like she was insulted, Elsa isn't the type to get back for just a simple thing. He's Shrek. Ignore what he said, after all he's here to rescue his future lover. Jin waved his hand and said. Wait, what? No. She's not my future lover. I was just here because Donkey forced me, and besides, what kind of king even locks his daughter in a tower guarded by a dragon? He's right, you know. Rapunzel added in, she also wonders why the princess's parents weren't doing anything to rescue her from the dragon. Is it really that hard to take down a dragon? Not yet. Shrek, you need a woman in your life, or do you really want to grow old without having the taste of paradise? Donkey stared directly at Shrek's face and said before continuing after seeing that he got Shrek's attention on him. Imagine the princess and you living all alone in your swamp without anyone bothering your peace. While the princess was making your breakfast, you were telling stories to your children. How peaceful is that, right? Donkey's voice was like a hypnotization, as Shrek fell in his imagination. Imagining his lonely life being colorful as the princess stepped in his world. That's impossible, she's human and I'm an ogre. A dumb and ugly ogre. Shrek said with a downcast expression. It's not about appearances, Shrek. It's about the personality and how much you will truly love her. It doesn't hurt to give it a try, right? Donkey said, not wanting to hear any more excuses from Shrek, so he quickly bit his sleeve and started dragging him towards the dragon's keep. Even though he's an animal, he's quite experienced in love. Jin said after hearing how Donkey managed to convince Shrek into taking the leap of faith. He kind of reminds me of someone. Elsa places her finger under her chin as she wonders out loud. Yeah, now that you mention it, me too. Rapunzel also did the same stance as Elsa and started thinking too. Snap, X2. After a few seconds, they both gasped in realization and snapped their fingers at the same time before looking at each other. Olaf. Jinx. As soon as they both mentioned the same name, Rapunzel, who was influenced by Anna at some point, quickly continued. Wait, what? Elsa confusedly said. Now, you're going to do as I say for the next 5 minutes. Rapunzel proudly raised her non-existent chest in pride. Being with you feels like being with Anna. Elsa covered her mouth and slightly chuckled. Yeah, Tigress said the same thing too. I am kinda similar to Anna. Rapunzel scratched the back of her head and replied. Stop playing you both, let's follow Shrek and his royal steed. You don't want them taking down the dragon before you guys, right? Jin said as he started walking towards the dragon's keep where he saw Shrek playing with Donkey on the fragile bridge. Wait, dragon? What do you mean dragon? Vexed, Elsa raised a question upon her confusion. Oh, right, we forgot to tell you. We're actually planning to fight a dragon. We want to see if they're really as strong as they say. Rapunzel slammed her forehead for forgetting before explaining to her about their current plan. And Jin is fine with this. Elsa whispered slightly while pointing at Jin. He's actually the one who planned all this. So, let's go. It's just a dragon anyway, you have your ice powers. Rapunzel grabbed both Tigris's and Elsa's hands before dragging them as she ran towards Jin. After crossing the long bridge, the group cautiously went inside while looking around, making sure that the dragon wouldn't catch them by surprise. Roar. Just the same as in the canon, it was still Donkey who discovered the dragon and quickly ran away from it. What's worse is that he's actually running towards them. Ugh, dumb donkey! Shrek scolded as he was about to run away when Jin grabbed the hem of his shirt. Shrek, brace yourself! Jin said, and without waiting for his response, Jin's muscles contracted slightly before assuming a throwing stance while Shrek felt his shirt tightening and his feet leaving the ground. Much to everyone's shock, Jin casually lifted 100 pounds of Shrek with just a single arm before throwing him towards the tallest tower around the vicinity. Arg! Even though Shrek is supposed to be a fearless ogre, he still has some fears on some things like this one. He's quite afraid of heights, not to mention when he's flying mid-air and falls on top of the ceiling of the tower. Hey! Why did you do that to Shrek? Donkey yelled at Jin. You want him to meet her princess, right? I'm just doing him a favor. Jin said as he watched the dragon gathering flames inside her mouth before releasing it towards Jin and the gang. Alright, you both. Be careful. I'll keep watching in case something goes wrong. Jin grabbed Donkey and Rapunzel before jumping upwards, evading the sea of flames that are coming towards them. Right. Tigris slammed her left fist on her right palm as she then pushed both of her arms forward with her claw-like palms facing the sea of flames. At first, it looked like Tigris was releasing a Kamehameha wave like Goku, however when the sea of flames arrived, it surprisingly avoided her as if an invisible shield was placed in front of her. Meanwhile, Elsa wrapped herself in a large cocoon of ice in just a matter of seconds. Good reaction time. Sitting on a nearby rooftop, Jin, Donkey, and Rapunzel watched as both Elsa and Tigris released their defensive techniques before looking seriously at the dragon's eyes. Chapter 87, ch 85, The Dragon's Keep, 3. Flashback to 1 month ago, after Jin went to hide in Hotel Transylvania. Bam! X10. In the lush forest, Tigris was staring at the large boulder with intense focus on her eyes. Her arms blurred from time to time as she was using her palm to strike the boulder, causing air strikes as she goes on. If only I was stronger, this wouldn't have happened and he wouldn't have to hide in another world. If only I killed that demon before he could use his demonic energy. There were many what-ifs in Tigris's mind as God explained to her about the reason why Jin had to leave after killing the demon. I need to get stronger. More stronger. Each sentence that Tigris mutters, her strikes were getting more stronger and furious. Stronger. With one last shout filled with strength, Tigris then used both of her palms to strike the boulder. At the last moment before her palms collided with the boulder, her golden chi came to life and combined with her strength and chi, the entire large boulder was smashed into pieces, also causing the area behind the boulder to be affected as the trees behind were uprooted from the ground and flew away, colliding with another trees. It may look strong to others, but this is actually the same chi-infusing technique that she used on the demon that she fought, and what happened? The demon only skidded and stretched his limbs as if he wasn't struck by a 50 tons worth of strike. So many chi are wasted, my little one. Suddenly, Tigris shuddered as she heard a familiar voice behind her. Master Oogway. Turning around, she was shocked to see Master Oogway floating across with his green yin-yang cane. Yep, that's me. Master Oogway said as he slowly landed on the ground and looked around in interest. How are you here, Master? Tigris quickly bowed in instinct as she asked in confusion. I don't know. I was just meditating in peace when a being calling himself God told me you needed my help. And now I can see what you need. Master Oogway said as he stared at Tigris's eyes, who looked away. I didn't know about this, Master. I'm sorry for involving you with my problem. Ah, it's fine, little one. Besides, I'm quite bored being alone anyway, having a companion after a while doesn't sound bad. Master Oogway calmly said as Tigress sighed in relief. I'm actually impressed you can use chi to such an extent without having someone to teach you about it. Master Oogway complimented her as Tigress bowed her head in gratitude. But I saw how you waste too much chi for such a simple move. Chi is not just an energy but it is also your life force, its versatility depends on how you use it. Master Oogway said before stabbing the butt of his cane on the ground. And much to Tigress's shock, a large shockwave of golden chi spreads across the field. The roots of the uprooted trees earlier suddenly started extending itself and attaching to where it used to be, bringing it back to what it used to be. How? Please teach me. Tigress was shocked as she could hardly make a flower bloom, but here she was, staring at Master Oogway's work. Not only the trees were back to its roots, but it also seems to be blooming than before. Tigress knew that this is her only chance to become strong and learn under a true master of chi, so without hesitation, she stood straight in front of Master Oogway and bowed her head. You don't have to ask, little one. I'll teach you everything I know. Master Oogway said with a warm smile. This moment reminds him of how he used to teach Tigress's previous master, Master Shifu. Back to present time. After a whole month of having Master Oogway teach her everything about chi, Tigress was now different from her previous self. She could now use chi more effectively and she has several chi techniques under her belt. Like what she just used against the dragon's flame, it is a protective barrier made of chi that could block not only physical attacks but also spiritual, giving her protection against those who attack the mind or soul. How, you might ask? It is very simple, by simply placing the same technique in her mind and spirit. However, she hasn't touched her spirit yet, so she only managed to put a protective barrier talisman on her mind. Jin, who possesses all of Master Oogway's chi techniques, was surprised to see the technique that Tigress used. I don't remember teaching her about chi techniques, though. So how did she manage to learn one? Did she perhaps practice and make it herself? Jin wondered to himself. There's actually a reason why he wasn't teaching her some of the chi techniques that he acquired from Master Oogway. The reason being is because he hasn't mastered them all and he doesn't possess the same knowledge about chi as Master Oogway, so he doesn't have any idea on how to teach the chi techniques to Tigress. Remember, chi techniques are different from chi knowledge. Unlike chi techniques where he only knows how to utilize chi to attack, defend, and many more, chi knowledge is knowing the ups and downs of chi, the advantage and disadvantage, the strengths and weakness and finally, its origin and purpose. Ha! Running towards the dragon, Tigress jumped and delivered a flying kick towards the head of the dragon. The dragon quickly opened her mouth, trying to release flames once again, thinking that with Tigress so close to her, she would be able to hit her clearly. However, just as the flames were gathering in her mouth, a wave of ice suddenly formed and blocked her mouth, causing her to release the flames accidentally inside her mouth. Boom! Followed by the explosion in her mouth, Tigress successfully delivered her flying kick towards the dragon's forehead. Bam! Just in time, a golden chi wrapped on Tigress's foot before it collided. Alright, she's definitely not telling me something. Either she's hiding it from me for a reason or she wants to surprise me. Jin suspected inside his mind as he watched how Tigress's strike successfully caused the dragon to be concussed. Looking towards Jin, Tigress smirked at seeing the shocked face of Jin. She's actually hiding this from him because she wanted to surprise him if they spar again, however she hasn't found a chance yet to challenge him in a spar. Thankfully, a new opportunity presented itself in front of her and she decided to take it quickly. Although she won't be able to surprise him by sparring with him, showing him how much she progressed and how strong she was is enough for her. Alright, I got my answer. She wants to surprise me. Jin smiled wryly when he saw the proud look in Tigress' face as if she wanted him to compliment her and be shocked. Oh my god! Are there any women that are normal here? What did I just get myself into? Jin wasn't the only one shocked, as Donkey was shocked too when he saw not only Tigress's strength but also Elsa's ice powers. Meanwhile, Elsa looked at Jin and saw that he wasn't giving her much attention as he was staring at Tigress instead of her. Although she was disappointed that she wasn't getting Jin's attention on her, however that only ignites herself to show more of her powers and perhaps, she will be noticed by him. If I can create a living being like Olaf, then perhaps I could do it again, but this time a more stronger being, Elsa resolutely said to herself as she closed her eyes and imagined a stronger being inside her mind. Something similar to the flame-breathing dragon in front of her. An ice dragon. Elsa whispered in her mind as she quickly opened her eyes and pushed her arms forward, doing her best to imagine the shape, size, and the abilities that an ice dragon could have. A dragon that is as big as the dragon in front of her and can also breathe an element, but since it is an ice dragon, instead of flames, it would breathe an icy blast. It didn't take long before everyone's eyes, including Jin's, were on her, watching as a brand new dragon was being formed from Elsa's powers. This being quickly towered over everyone and reached the same height and size of the dragon they were fighting. Impossible! Jin muttered to himself. He could understand Olaf's creation since Olaf isn't that particularly strong, but an ice dragon? If that dragon is as strong as he is expecting, then perhaps he should reconsider Elsa's icy powers. I remember she was the fifth spirit, right? Are all spirits capable of creating living beings? Jin said to himself with disbelief in his tone. Breathing heavily, Elsa looked at Jin again, and seeing that he was looking at her in awe and shock, she sighed in relief as if she finally reached her goal. However, intense exhaustion overwhelmed her, causing her to slowly fall backwards. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a pair of warm arms enveloped her, giving her the warmth that she needs from her icy powers. Opening her eyes so she can see whose pair of arms these belong to, she could see Jin looking at her with warm and proud eyes. You did good, princess. It's time to rest. Jin whispered to her. Smiling happily, Elsa unconsciously muttered one last time before she fell unconscious. I'm your princess. Chapter 88, ch 86, The Dragon's Keep, 4. Hearing Elsa's one last words before she fell unconscious, Jin was in a state of shock. He didn't expect Elsa to utter those bold words to him. Oh shit! Is this another Rapunzel thing where she falls for me? Damn it, Jin! Control your charm! Jin said to himself before cursing his blatant handsomeness. I'll take her to safety first. Tigress, do you think you can handle her? Jin said to Tigress before asking her, referring to the dragon. Even if this one isn't on my side, I could take her on. Tigress confidently said. In fact, she hasn't used everything yet. She wanted to play with the dragon first and also to show off in front of her husband. Huff! The ice dragon huffed coldly, not liking what Tigress said about her. Don't be angry, big guy. Tigress patted the large legs of the ice dragon that Elsa made. Roar! The flame dragon roared loudly, causing huge air waves across the entire area. Seeing a fellow dragon like her made the flame dragon think that her authority over the keep is being challenged, so she issued the roar of challenge, something that only strong beasts such as dragons to understand. Roar! Despite being made by Elsa, the ice dragon was made to be a dragon, so the ice dragon has the same qualities and instincts of a dragon. So, it roared in return to the challenge of the flame dragon. Don't tell me you both are gonna fight without me. Tigress said as fur started fading in her skin, her facial features slowly turning into her tigress form. As soon as her transformation was done, she went down on all fours and roared as loud as she could, even using her chi to amplify the volume of her roar. Roar! Surprisingly, her roar even reached the same level of volume as the dragon's roar earlier. Chi truly does its wonders. Both the flame and ice dragon were silenced as they turned to look at Tigress in shock. Who would have thought that such a puny being can match their roars? I'll go first then. Seeing that none of the dragons were making the first move and were just staring at her, Tigress decided to strike first like how Jin sometimes taught her. Ha! Using her chi, Tigress surprisingly managed to float off the ground and dash towards the flame dragon at fast speeds. Before the flame dragon could react, Tigress's paws had already come in contact with her chin. Bam! The flame dragon was forced to close her mouth and tilt her head upwards from the sudden shift of force, which Tigress took as a chance and jumped on her nose, exactly landing right in front of the flame dragon's eyes. Waving her hand at the flame dragon, Tigress let the gravity do its work as she slid across the nose and landed on the center between the flame dragon's eyes. Just as Tigress was about to proceed on her next attack, a roar followed by an icy blast interrupted her as she had to jump from the flame dragon's nose before the icy blast could hit her. Hey! We're on the same side. Tigress was annoyed at the ice dragon who interrupted her fight with the flame dragon. Roar! The ice dragon simply roared in return. This is actually because Elsa fell unconscious before she could give an order to the ice dragon, which is why the ice dragon has no allies in this place except for its creator, Elsa. Due to that, the ice dragon was simply acting out of draconic instincts, so as a dragon, seeing that its prey was being stolen in front of it, the ice dragon was angry and wanted to get rid of Tigress. Unfortunately, Tigress didn't know that, so she thought that since the ice dragon was created by Elsa, it would be their ally instead of being an enemy. Well, this also goes in my favor. Fighting two dragons with opposite elements doesn't sound bad. If Elsa were to know that she just caused trouble and added one more enemy to Tigress, she would definitely fall in a state of depression and blame herself for causing a problem to Tigress. I don't know which one of you should I handle first, but since you just interrupted me earlier, then I'll deal with you first. Tigress murmured as she glared at the ice dragon who proudly stood while raising its chest as if telling her to come at her anytime in a challenging way. Sure, you asked for it. As a fellow beast, Tigress could understand that the ice dragon was challenging her. Meanwhile, the flame dragon just stood by the side, not knowing what to think and what to do. After all, she thought that she would be fighting enemies here, but why does it feel like she's just here to watch? If the flame dragon can talk, she'd definitely complain to them. Wasn't I supposed to be your enemy here? Why did it seem like you're just here to fight against each other? Back in the battle, Jin was watching them with amusement. He didn't expect that the ice dragon would actually fight Tigress instead of helping her fight the flame dragon. It looks like Elsa didn't give the ice dragon a command before she fell unconscious. Jin said to himself, it's the only reason he could think of, as it is also the most plausible reason for now. Roar! Breathing an icy blast towards Tigress, she quickly made a chi barrier in front of her, blocking the icy blast, though her surroundings weren't spared as the entire area was frozen by a simple icy breath. If Elsa were to reach her peak, I wonder how strong she would become? Would she be some kind of ice goddess? Jin asked himself as he turned his head to look at Elsa, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. If I were a bad guy, Elsa would have no choice but to fall under my clutches, but fortunately for her, I am a good person. Jin's face twitched as he didn't expect that Elsa would trust him so much that she would allow herself to be defenseless in front of him. This only proves that she trusts me so much. Jin felt touched by the trust that Elsa was giving him, so in return, he would give her his trust. Now that I look at you clearly, you seem to be more beautiful than ever. Jin whispered as he tucked the hair of Elsa to the back of her ear, getting a clear look on her beautiful face, with her exposed collarbone even adding to her already beautiful appearance. Elsa's face was in perfect shape, and look, there are no traces of flaw on her face. Like how Disney princess was expected to be. From now, Jin is extremely grateful for the person who did Elsa's artwork, for making her this beautiful. I hope you will find a man who will cherish you. Jin said, not knowing the fact that the man he's referring to is none other than him. You seem to be mesmerized by her. Like how you did when we looked at each other back then. Rapunzel commented after hearing Jin's whisper and noticing the look that he was giving her. Ahem, I am simply admiring her beauty. Jin cleared his throat from the sudden response from Rapunzel and quickly fixed the misunderstanding. Don't be so cheeky, I mean, who can resist her beauty, am I right? Rapunzel said while pinching Elsa's cheek. You do know, you're talking to your husband, right? Jin stared at her in a stoical face combined with a monotone voice. Even though they're not married yet, but since he technically had sex with her without even marrying her yet, Jin would like to consider it as marriage like how Tigress does. I mean, it's not like I have to follow every human rules, right? Jin mentally shrugged to himself as Rapunzel finally replied to him. Really? I don't see if there's anything wrong with that. I heard that you have to get Tigress's consent before I could be together with you, and now, it is my turn to give you consent so she could be with you. Rapunzel proudly said, as if wanting for Jin to compliment or praise her. This and that are different. I'm sure Elsa doesn't have any feelings for me. So, I'm content with both of you in my life. Jin blandly said as Rapunzel rolled her eyes at him and stuck out her tongue. You know, for a man who can destroy kingdoms, you are as dense as your hard dick last night. Rapunzel said, not minding the vulgar word that she just used. Being with Tigress and Jin for a long time has curbed her kind personality a bit. Sure, she's still a kind person like she'll always be, but now there's a tinge of playful or mischief in her personality. Meanwhile, Jin didn't mind Rapunzel's use of vulgar words. God knows how many times she said so many vulgar words the night he fucked her along with Tigress. What he was thinking was what Rapunzel said to her. Am I really that dense? Jin asked himself. To be honest, he was used to having women confess their feelings to him in words. And besides, one thing he hates the most is assuming things that turn out to be a disappointment. To Jin, he'd rather stay dense than assume that a woman has feelings for him just because he caught her looking at him one time. Back to the topic, Jin looked at Elsa's sleeping face again and thought to himself. Does she like me? Or maybe it's just a childhood crush thingy. While Jin was thinking to himself, he didn't notice that Elsa's lips were quivering slightly while blush were creeping up to her cheeks. Chapter 89, ch 87, The Dragon's Keep, Final. Back to the battle. Tigress and the ice dragon's fight was just getting more heated and intense when the flame dragon finally had enough of watching them fight in her territory. So, the flame dragon quickly swooped in and lashed her tail towards Tigress, who was surprised by the sudden surprise attack. So, she crossed her arms and thankfully the force of the tail lash wasn't that strong, as she just skidded back with her foot maintaining on the ground. Now you both pissed me off. Tigress spit out as she was simply playing with them so she could show off her strength to Jin. However, now that they're ganging up on her and she got embarrassed by the surprise attack, Tigress decided to take this seriously now lest she might be embarrassed more if she still played. Both of the dragons were not expecting Tigress to take this seriously as they thought she was already serious. However, that will be their mistake as the moment they turned their attention to each other as they thought that Tigress was now out of the fight, the said Tigress was now flying towards them with great speeds to the point where her figure was blurring out across the air. Everyone aside from Jin cannot see her figure. They only saw her again when she was already in front of the flame dragon's chest. Her arms were extended with her palms softly touching the chest of the flame dragon. At first, it looked like Tigress was petting the flame dragon, however, the next moment made them think otherwise as the palm that was touching the flame dragon's chest was now glowing in a gold hue. Tremble! Tigress uttered under her breath as her entire body seemed to have pushed itself towards the palm strike. As soon as she finished her word, a huge shockwave occurred in the center of the flame dragon's chest, exactly where her palm was residing. Not only that, the entire area behind the flame dragon was blown away, causing everyone except for Jin to close their eyes due to the sudden arrival of the dust. Impressive! It's not wrong to say that Jin was not impressed. In fact, he was surprised and impressed at the same time. Who would have thought that Tigress would progress this fast within just a month? What she did is kind of similar to One-Inch Punch except that she used her palm instead of her fist. And looking at the shockwave and the devastation behind the flame dragon, only leads me to one conclusion. Jin closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again as he came to the conclusion about Tigress's attack. She must have internally attacked the dragon. Which is why there seems to be no damage on the outer surface of the dragon's skin, however I would guess that the dragon's insides must be jumbled now. True to Jin's words, the flame dragon was in a state of shock as if it was unmoving and staring at blank space. And before everyone's eyes, the flame dragon closed her eyes and fell down on the ground. Hopefully, the dragon is still alive. I was thinking of making her my pet of some sort. Jin said to himself as he carefully placed Elsa on the ground before jumping down from the broken tower and landed on the ground. He then approached Tigress and just in time, Tigress smiled at him with pride welling up on her chest. Finally, I'm no longer as weak as you thought I was. Tigress muttered to herself but was unfortunately heard by Jin. Me? I never once saw you as someone weak. In fact, Jin was surprised by her comment and finally came to realization on what is driving her to become strong. Who would have thought it was him? The moment I laid my eyes on you, I know that you will never be weak, remember that. Jin whispered to Tigress as she smiled as exhaustion finally settled on her body. Though it is not enough to make her fall unconscious or some sort, however, she still wanted to be pampered by Jin, so she pretended to be so exhausted to the point where she could hardly stand up. So she fell forward and let Jin catch her. Feeling his warmth all over her body, Tigress thought it was worth it to pretend that she was too exhausted. You worked out. But still, Jin wanted to compliment her for doing her best in catching up to him. I don't want to say this, but she has made more progress than I am, who could only rely on my template system to give me what I want. In turn, Jin was disappointed in himself. However, was that enough for him to throw his template system away and carve his own path? No. The template system was given to him and only an idiot would not use it to its full potential and not reap all the benefits of having it. As much as I want to hug you, but unfortunately, the fight isn't over. Jin whispered to her. He could sense that her chi reserves had grown so much and that match wasn't enough to completely deplete her reserves, so he knows that she's just pretending. Oh right. Looking up, Tigress saw the ice dragon and realized that the fight wasn't over. She was too busy thinking of taking advantage of the fight so she could have Jin carry her all the way home, which made her forget that there was still the ice dragon left. All right, you big guy. Let's settle this once and for all. Tigress was intending to finish the fight in one move so she could finish the fight and pretend to be exhausted again to Jin. Jin simply chuckled at her antics and awaited their incoming fight. However, just as Tigress was about to strike per Jin's first rule on their training, someone suddenly yelled an order. Stop! Turning their heads, they were surprised to see Elsa standing on top of the tower while glaring at the ice dragon. Elsa was awake a few minutes ago, it's just that Jin was cradling her in his arms, which made her embarrassed to wake up, so she pretended to be asleep. It wasn't until she felt Jin's warmth disappear that she finally woke up and realized that she just brought more trouble by creating the ice dragon instead of helping. It's not wrong to say that she was so embarrassed. This is her first time creating a living being with intention. Olaf was an exemption as she didn't know she could create living beings at that time. So it is out in her mind that she's supposed to give an order to the living beings that she will create. You're finally awake. Jin chimed in. He saw that the ice dragon quickly stopped in its tracks and looked at Elsa with reverence and fear. It looks like her glare on the ice dragon was making her scared of Elsa. There is always one thing among those who can create living beings. And it is that every creation is always loyal and sees their creator as their god. Come here. Elsa ordered, and the ice dragon quickly did as she said. Once the ice dragon arrived, Elsa jumped on the back of the ice dragon and used her wings to slide down towards the ground. As soon as she landed, she quickly bowed towards Jin and Tigress and was about to apologize when Jin stopped her. Elsa, don't. It's fine, no harm was done. Jin said before continuing, but this time, with a hint of teasing in his voice. So, how's my princess doing? I didn't know you were this strong. Jin said with a smirk, emphasizing the word my like what she muttered before she fell unconscious earlier. Blush quickly crept up to her cheeks as she also remembered the words that she said before falling unconscious earlier. Please forget that. Elsa looked away in embarrassment, though at the same time, she could feel a fluffy and happy feeling inside her chest. Especially when she heard what Jin and Rapunzel talked about earlier. She was awake the whole time and heard their entire conversation. There's still hope, Elsa said to herself with determination. As long as she can prove that her feelings on Jin are absolute, only then she would confess her feelings to him. Since there was still doubt in Jin's mind that she has feelings for him, Elsa doesn't want to confess immediately as they would be a bit crude and might expose her that she was listening to their conversation earlier. She'll first express her feelings over him through actions, and when he finally realizes that she had feelings for him, she would confess. He doesn't make any move on other women without his women's permission, and since Rapunzel already approves of me, then, there's a chance. Elsa said to herself. She was extremely grateful to Rapunzel for giving her a head start. She would not forget this and would surely return this favor to her someday. Our job here is done and now all that's left is Shrek. Just in time as Jin said this sentence, the door to the tower where the Princess Fiona was supposed to be locked up was suddenly kicked open by Shrek. Get me off, you ogre! Princess Fiona can be seen kicking her legs around as Shrek was carrying her over his shoulders like a sack of rice. I got the princess, Shrek said, and noticed that the dragon was finally down. However, just as Shrek was glad that the dragon was down, he suddenly felt a chill behind his back, followed by a squeal of the princess that he just rescued. Chapter 90, ch. 88, Shrek and Fiona. Fiona shrieked in fear and shock when she saw the blue ice dragon staring down at her. While Shrek still maintained his calm and quickly ran away from the ice dragon. Seeing Jin and the gang just standing still while staring at him with amused expressions, Shrek and Fiona quickly warned them. Run! There's a dragon! They both shouted in unison before Shrek ran past them. However, when he saw that they weren't running and were still staring at him, Shrek stopped and looked at them with a confused face. What are you guys doing? We have a dragon over there, look. Shrek explained and pointed at the large ice dragon. Donkey! This time, when he saw that even the ice dragon wasn't chasing them, Shrek was more confused, while Fiona was even more confused when she saw the flame dragon that was supposed to lock her, lying down on the ground without any hint of consciousness. Shrek! That dragon is on our side. Donkey blatantly replied while Shrek made an even more confused expression. It took a while to explain everything to Shrek and Fiona before they finally realized the situation. Aren't you supposed to save me? I mean, isn't that why you're here? Fiona asks Jin as she sees that he fits the perfect criteria of her supposed Prince Charming. In her mind, she's still denying the fact that it is an ogre that saved her and is supposed to be her true love. It's not like she's against ogres and stuff, as she's also an ogre herself at night, but that was only a curse. She's supposed to be a pure human if it wasn't for a curse that turns her into an ogre. How ironic that it is an ogre that saved her. Me? No, I'm just here to have some fun, and besides, I already have a wives. Jin shrugged his shoulders before replying and correcting himself after noticing the pout of Rapunzel. Oh. Fiona was stunned at first before nodding her head in understanding. It's not shocking that someone as handsome as Jin would already have a wife, 2 wives to be exact. Look, princess, I don't care about this Prince Charming or whatnot, I'm only here because a bunch of people forced me. Shrek said before glaring at Donkey at the end of his sentence. Come on, Shrek. You need a woman in your life. Donkey said, which immediately made Fiona snap back in shock. Me? His woman? He's an ogre. Ogres doesn't know love and such things. All they know is to live barbaric, and eat humans and disgusting insects. Fiona didn't hesitate to stab Shrek's heart several times. I never ask for a woman. And besides, why would I be with someone who's a selfish and self-centered woman who thinks that everything will go according to what she likes? Not liking that he's being insulted just because of his race, Shrek snapped back at her, which made Fiona yelp in shock. As soon as he saw that Fiona was scared and shocked at him, it made Shrek remember the faces of the humans that were scared of him. This made Shrek finally realize that he can never be with a human, he's better off alone in his swamp, at least he has peace and tranquility in his swamp. In his mind, having someone like Fiona in her life would definitely just destroy his peaceful life. I'm out of here. I don't even know why I went here. That's right. And I'm going back to my tower and wait for my real Prince Charming to save me. Fiona stuttered at first as she declared loudly before walking back to her tower. Meanwhile, Jin and the gang just stared at this drama with amused expressions. Damn it, I thought they would be easy to enlighten, but who would have thought our interference would slightly change their personalities against each other? Jin slapped his forehead. Ash said to himself. He then glanced at his template percentage and saw that the Iroh template is already at 98%, just one more and he'll finally reach 100%. However, when Jin turned to look at Fiona, he noticed that she was about to pass by the sleeping flame dragon. There's nothing much to it if it wasn't for the fact that he saw the flame dragon's eyelids slowly opening up. Forming a mischievous plan in his mind in order to solve their grievances, Jin smirked in mischief as he quickly grabbed Elsa, Tigress, Rapunzel, and Donkey before jumping and flying away quickly before they could make a sound. What are you doing? Elsa was so shocked and stunned that she hugged Jin's entire neck and even wrapped her legs around his waist as she tried to not look down in fear. Contrary to her, Tigress and Rapunzel were just doing fine, the former having no fear of heights while the latter was trained to near death by Jin when it comes to flying and tall heights. As for Donkey, he didn't even last a second before he already passed out on his shoulders. Just in time, they suddenly heard Fiona shrieked. Back in the Dragon's Keep, Shrek also heard Fiona's scream. His instincts quickly made him turn around and saw that the unconscious flame dragon earlier was now awake and glaring at Fiona, who was frozen in shock. Where in the world did they disappear? Shrek also noticed that Jin and the gang were gone, so there's no one who will save Fiona from her demise. Shrek didn't know what happened next as his body just instinctively started running towards the direction where Fiona and the flame dragon were having a staring contest. Just as soon as he started running, the flame dragon was already opening her mouth and ready to swallow the princess. Even though death was already at her footsteps, Fiona was still frozen in fear, and just as she finally overcame her fear, the flame dragon's mouth was already in front of her. Jin, we should probably go down now and save her. Rapunzel said as she wanted to close her eyes, not wanting to see the outcome. Just watch. Jin confidently said, he's sure that the strings of fate would do its job and make sure that Fiona won't die. Snap. Soon, the flame dragon quickly shut her mouth shut, eating Princess Fiona. At this point, Rapunzel has already closed her eyes, not wanting to see the bloodshed that is about to splash. Meanwhile, Jin was just smiling as he saw what truly happened. Closing her eyes, Fiona was still waiting for the pain to settle. However, after a second or two, she didn't feel anything, which prompted her to open her eyes and saw a green ogre looking at her in worry. Are you okay, princess? Shrek asked in worry. Thankfully, he arrived on time and pushed her away from the flame dragon's mouth. Meanwhile, Fiona just touched her chest and could feel it beating faster than before. What's happening to me? Why is my heart beating so fast? Fiona said to herself while clutching her chest. Roar! Not liking that her prey was taken from her, the flame dragon roared in anger while marching towards them. Come with me quickly. Not noticing the look on Fiona's face, Shrek swiftly grabbed her arm and dragged her away from their current position, not minding her body being ragdolled by him. Wait! I am getting dizzy. Between each shake, Fiona was trying her best to form a word, however Shrek didn't seem to hear her as he just threw her back on the ground after hiding behind a pillar. Where the hell are they? They were just there a few minutes ago. Shrek complained under his breath while Fiona was fixing herself behind him as she was too dizzy and her head hurts a bit from the sudden shakiness earlier. You, ogre! That is not how you handle a woman. Especially a princess. Meanwhile, Fiona's complaint was a bit different from him. Who cares about that when we're literally facing a dragon? I'll handle you for whatever I want as long as we escape from the dragon. Shrek curtly responded as he peeked over the pillar, and when he saw that the dragon was searching for them, he quickly grabbed Fiona by her arms again and ran away from the place. This continued for several more minutes as the three of them played a game of hide and seek. Unfortunately, Shrek and Fiona still can't find where the exit is, as they were trapped in the keep. During the hide and seek game, Fiona was angry at Shrek first. However, as time goes by, she's slowly realizing that what Shrek was doing is simply saving her from her death. He's not that bad, I guess. Fiona said to herself as Shrek finally found the exit and didn't hesitate to run over there. Finally! Shrek's yell woke her up from her stupor and she quickly realized that they're finally out of the dragon's keep and are in a safe place. Ahem! Thank you! Fiona cleared her throat so she could get Shrek's attention before looking away as she thanked him. It's no problem. I'll be going now, it looks like my companions just abandoned me. Shrek snickered at his last sentence. Wait. Not wanting to be left alone in such a place, Fiona lifted the hem of her dress so she could run fast and quickly caught up to Shrek. What do you want, princess? I thought you wanted to go back so your Prince Charming could save you. Shrek said to her while making a gesture with his fingers. Look, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. Can you forgive me? At this moment, Fiona finally realized that Shrek isn't like any ogre that was depicted in the fairy tales and stories. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Jin was smirking to himself while Rapunzel and Tigress simply rolled their eyes at his blatant manipulation. I guess it won't be harder than I thought. Jin said to himself. Chapter 91, ch 89, Meeting an Orange-Furred Mercenary. It's not that big of a deal, there's no need to apologize. Shrek scratched the back of his head and replied. After all, maybe you're right. I'm indeed just an ogre. Not worthy of having a companion. Shrek continued while muttering the last sentence to himself, which wasn't heard by Fiona. At this moment, Fiona wanted to reveal her secret that might help Shrek to raise his confidence in himself, however this secret is something that Fiona has been so embarrassed to share about. As a beautiful princess, turning into an ugly ogre at night is not just her weakness, but a humiliation in her insecurity. I mean, who in their right mind would want to become an ugly creature, especially a princess like her? So, just when Fiona opened her mouth to reveal it, she decided against it. Oh? You guys are together? I thought you were having a fight or something. Suddenly, they heard Jin's voice from afar. Turning both of their heads, when they saw Jin and the gang's presence, Shrek turned a bit angry at him and responded. Where the hell have you been? The princess was this close in turning into a dragon's meal and you guys are nowhere to be seen. Shrek angrily said while emphasizing his point by pressing his thumb and index finger a few inches to each other, showing how close Fiona is into becoming a food. Sorry about that, Shrek. We just found something interesting and can't help but go over there to take a look. Jin lied through his teeth, not once breaking his mask. Thankfully, he worked as an actor in his past life, so he's quite good at keeping a fake persona. Oh really? Shrek eyed them suspiciously, however there's no point in pursuing the matter further, so he just sighed and said. I'm going back to my swamp. All of this is just hurting my head. Shrek grabbed his large green head and said before walking away in huge steps. Time for me to do my job. Jin cracked his neck and fingers before muttering to himself. Shrek, wait up. Jin ran and chased Shrek as he called out to himself. What? At this point, Shrek doesn't trust Jin anymore, especially after leaving them with a dragon who's prepared to kill them to the best of her abilities. It would be hard for you to walk back home alone. Come with us. We'll send you back to your swamp. Jin offered and Shrek stopped. He looked at the horizon and he could see nothing but wide but cracked lands without any hint of civilization even if he squinted his eyes. Realizing that Jin was right, Shrek was not embarrassed to ask to give him a ride back to his swamp, but thankfully, Jin seems to be capable of reading his mind as he quickly continued when he saw the hesitation on Shrek's face. I don't mind it. You can come with us. After Jin's final push, Shrek finally took the opportunity and accepted the offer. After everyone got on the carriage, the 3 horses, which used to be 2 but since they added Elsa's horse, it became 3, started marching even though Jin wasn't on the driver's seat. What the? Shrek and Fiona were confused as to how the horses were running without a driver. Meanwhile, Jin simply sat beside Shrek in the carriage. Seeing that Fiona was now being distracted by Rapunzel, Jin then decided to work his magic on Shrek. Tell me, Shrek. Do you know what love is? Jin asked while taking out a tray of teacups and teapot. He poured tea on each cup before offering the other one to Shrek. Love? Why are you asking me that? Ask her, she's a human, she knows that. Shrek responded curtly. While Jin shook his head and replied. That's the point of my question, Shrek. Love is something that not only humans can experience, but other races too like you. God didn't create love just for humans. Love is everywhere, you just need to reach for it. Jin said before taking a sip on his tea. Take this tea for example. I made it with love. Now, drink it and tell me what it tastes like. Jin said while gesturing for Shrek's teacup. Okay. Shrek was weirded out but still grabbed the tea and drank it all in one fell swoop. Now, how does it taste? I don't know, it's sweet, and warm, I guess. Shrek was hesitant at first but still honestly gave his answer. That's right, and now, I'm gonna ask you again, do you know what love is? Jin asked again. It's sweet and warm? Oh. Shrek answered quickly before realizing Jin's intention. Now you know what love is and all that's left is to feel it. Jin said while nodding his head in satisfaction. It looks like Shrek is slowly catching up to him. He then took a sip again and this time, pointed at Fiona, who was busy chatting with Rapunzel and Elsa who just recently joined in the conversation. Just like her. How do you think her parents made her? Jin asked, while feeling funny inside as he feels like he's some kind of teacher teaching his students, especially seeing Shrek putting his fingers below his chin while deep in thinking. Love. Shrek unsurely answered. He just made a rough guess since they're talking about love here after all, so that's probably the answer. Correct. Now, like how you tasted the tea that I made with love, how about you taste the woman her parents made with love? What? Shrek was both confused and shocked at the same time. Since he quickly caught up and understood the meaning behind Jin's word while at the same time, he was confused if that's what Jin meant when he said that. Ahem. I didn't mean anything vulgar about it, I was simply implying that things or people are worth giving a try in love. Which is why I'm encouraging you to try to ask her out. Your swamp will not go anywhere but love. Once it passes by you, it will be hard to catch it. Remember this, Shrek. You will only know that you love someone when she's already away from your reach. Jin uttered for the last time and stopped when he noticed the look of enlightenment slowly appearing on Shrek's face as time went by. As the seed has been planted, all that's left is to wait for it to grow and blossom, and that's where the result will come out. All it takes is simply patience. Soon after that, for the rest of the journey, Shrek stayed quiet in his seat, and even though Donkey tried to talk to him from time to time, Shrek simply responded with a nod or simply ignoring Donkey's antics. What Jin noticed was that from time to time, Shrek would sometimes glance at Fiona before looking away when Fiona's womanly instincts acts up and glances back at Shrek. Youth! Wait, I'm still in my youth, what the hell am I talking about? Jin wanted to sigh in relaxation before realizing what he just said in his mind. However, their peaceful journey was interrupted suddenly when a small but pointy blade suddenly stabbed itself on the walls of the carriage. Hey! Curious on who would dare to attack them since the carriage belongs to the royals, which means that everyone must know that the carriage isn't any normal carriage that a bandit can attack. Filled with curiosity, Jin went outside, and just as soon as he stepped on the ground, he suddenly felt the air go crazy, blowing his hair while Jin noticed a small orange-furred cat wearing a set of French-style fedora hat with a leaf while a belt that wraps around his waist as his rapier was resting on it. Monsieur Human. It seems fate has thrown us together in the dance of battle. Prepare yourself, for you are about to become a subject of a most legendary fairy tale figure. Don't worry, I'll make sure to write your name once my fairy tale history becomes known. The orange standing cat said his intro while Jin kept a straight face. This is Puss in Boots, right? Why is he here and why is he looking at me like I am some kind of his prey? Jin mentally smiled wryly as he decided to ask the reason for Puss's presence. May I know why someone of your standing is standing in front of me? Obviously, he knows Puss's personality, so if he wants to get any information out of him, he would need to give him a slight compliment while smoothly mixing in his question. I knew my fame would reach even in another continent. Fear me. For I am the Puss in Boots, and as a mercenary, I am offered quite a high price for your head. So high, that I could just live the rest of my life in relaxation with that amount of gold. Puss answered meticulously while looking as if he was daydreaming. So I got a bounty on my head? It's not a surprise because of my previous feats. Jin mentally nodded his head in understanding. Well, it looks like you're here for that amount, aren't you? The question is, are you worthy to receive that amount of gold by fighting me? Jin turned serious and had a stare down with Puss. Meanwhile, Puss slickly swiped the edge of his fedora hat while licking his lips. You don't have to ask, monsieur. While speaking, Puss's eyes turned sharp, indicating that his body was prepared for battle. Chapter 92, ch 90, Puss almost lost his boots. You don't have to ask, monsieur. While speaking, Puss's eyes turned sharp, indicating that his body was prepared for battle. They had a short stare down at the first few minutes, which gave Tigris and the rest enough time to give some space and find a position where they can watch the fight safe and silently. As the airwaves were coming in contact with them, so were the trees around. In such, a red apple suddenly got detached from its trunk before it started to fall on the ground. Both of their eyes watched the apple and noticed that they were both looking at it. Their eyes seemed to have chatted with each other before settling with taking the apple falling onto the ground as a signal to start their fight. Thud. The moment the apple landed on the ground, Puss kicked the ground very hard, causing him to move at fast speeds, seemingly as if he was running in the air. Aha! Unsheathing his rapier, Puss slashed it towards Jin's face. While Jin reacted by pulling his head back, causing the rapier to slash the air in front of him, just a few centimeters away from his face. However, that didn't stop Puss as the gravity caused him to land back down on the ground and started slashing Jin several times. That cat doesn't actually know how to fight, right? He's just clumsily slashing his rapier in front of him. Rapunzel pointed out and gave her opinion on the fight. Although Jin dodged every slash of Puss, Jin was actually surprised at Puss's skills in his rapier, unlike what Rapunzel thought of Puss having no skills and thought that he's just randomly slashing his rapier. Only Jin knows that Puss was actually slashing every vital part in his lower body, and if he's not durable and dodging the slashes, he might be down on the ground by now. Slash! Ha! Ha! With each slash, Puss was grunting a sound. He might look relaxed on the outside, but on the inside, he was actually frowning, as this is the first time someone could actually dodge all of his strikes with ease. You need to be faster than that, little cat. Jin taunted, wanting to see Puss's reaction. As he expected, Puss's strikes became more fierce and faster as time went by. However, this also hints that at any moment now, Puss's stamina is depleting at quick speeds and it won't take long before Puss would gasp for breath. Though that will only happen if Puss is just a beginner. Puss knows his limits and weaknesses, so he quickly slowed down a bit to preserve his stamina. In the meantime, he just taunted Jin back. So, this is the so-called flame predator? Very disappointing if you ask me. Where's the flame? Am I just fighting a fake legend? Puss stopped in his tracks and taunted while making a smug face to Jin. Yeah, as if I would fall for that. Jin chuckled before slightly blowing from his mouth. However, instead of air, a small stream of flame suddenly emerged and burned up the ground right in front of Puss, who froze in shock and was stunned. Alright, I wasn't expecting that. So, the rumors are real. Ugh, my client only told me that his flame ability is just a hoax. Puss's face scrunched up in the realization that he was scammed by his client. Now, either I escape here or fight to death. Puss made two choices that he could choose in his mind, however it didn't take a second before he made a decision. Ha, who am I? I'm Puss in Boots. Never once did I fear death. Puss said to himself in pride as he resumed his attack on Jin, this time not only it is more fierce but also quick and unpredictable. Jin continued dodging with his senses and physical abilities alone. To be honest, he wasn't having a hard time thanks to the combination of Jin and Uncle Iroh as templates. Both of them are literal gods when it comes to fighting. Don't even mention Uncle Iroh, who has tons of experience and fighting styles under his belt that wasn't even shown in the Avatar show. So, it is true that Uncle Iroh could defeat even a comet-enhanced Oze alone. Jin said this to himself when he realized it a few days ago. While the fight was going very poorly, Tigress even yawned in boredness. At first, seeing a fellow feline like her would give Jin a small challenge, however instead of using their special traits, which is their nimble agility, fast reactions, and claws. Tigress was disappointed when she saw Puss using weapons instead of his own natural weapon. I'm going back. Tell me if the fight is over. Tigress said before jumping back on the carriage. What's with her? Donkey asked, while Elsa and Shrek raised their ears to hear the answer. As the second person Tigress was the closest with, Rapunzel answered Donkey and the rest's curiosity. Looking at her face, I can tell that the fight is boring to her. Rapunzel said with a shrug. Boring? Aside from the dragon earlier, this is the best fight I've ever seen in my life. That cat can best even the best knights I've seen. Elsa reacted more extensively as aside from her ice powers and the dragon earlier, this is the best thing she has seen in her entire life. Well, don't we all have different opinions? Rapunzel smiled and said. Back in the battle, Puss was already gasping in breath as he held his paw up, hinting for Jin to stop. Amused, Jin simply stood on his ground and watched as Puss leaned on the nearby wall and continued gasping. Huff, all right, Huff, you're resilient Huff, than I thought. Between each ragged breath, Puss was trying his best to speak out a sentence. However Huff, I still have one last technique, that no one in this world managed to get out alive and tell the tale. As each breaths, Puss was getting better and better until he's finally back to speaking normally. Oh really? Raising his eyebrow, Jin was racking his mind on whether he had seen Puss's secret technique that he's talking about, however he can't remember any even though he watched Shrek 1 and 2 in his past life. Alright, you have my attention. Wanting to see the secret technique that is so deadly that no one managed to get out to tell the tale, Jin stepped forward and even went closer to Puss. Show it, furball. Jin said with a smug face, confident that whatever Puss is going to do, he would be able to parry it or tank it. If it comes to worst, he can simply dodge. Alright, you've asked for it. Putting his fedora hat by his paws, Puss held it in his two soft white paws right in his chest before closing his eyes for a second. As soon as he opened his eyes, Puss directed the attack to Jin as his eyes came in contact with Jin. Jin, who was expecting a very destructive or quick attack, was stunned when he saw Puss's enlarged eyes, looking at him with longing and adorable eyes that reflected the lights from the blackness of his eyes. What? Jin unknowingly stuttered as he was captivated by the sheer cuteness that Puss is emanating right now. Shit. I have a soft spot for cats. Jin said to himself in realization, however it was already too late as he was already captivated by Puss's cuteness. Cuteness overload. Resisting the urge to pay Puss's head, Jin stopped himself as he saw Puss retrieve his adorable eyes and quickly unsheathed his rapier and stabbed Jin's face. Puss was about to rejoice his success of stabbing Jin's face when he saw and felt that his rapier has successfully stabbed his face. Puss felt like something was wrong, so he looked over and realized that his rapier has bent to the point where his rapier was about to snap off. Either his rapier isn't pointy enough or Jin's face was just too thick. Puss would like to lean on the former, as before going in battle, Puss would always take care of his rapier and make sure to put maintenance into it to keep it sharp and pointy. His rapier isn't simply any normal rapier. His rapier is forged by the best blacksmiths around the world. Thanks to his connections and a little bit of blackmailing. You almost got me. Jin lied through his teeth without an ounce of shame. Meanwhile, not only Puss but also spectators like Rapunzel and the rest also stared at him with an indifferent face, as if yelling at him on how shameless he is. Compadre, perhaps we can talk like a civilized person at. Realizing that this fight was no longer a battle but a one-sided humiliation, Puss knew that he stood no chance, so he raised his hands and calmly said with a calm tone. Really? Jin made a doubting face as he replied and continued. Then do enlighten me on how a cat like you knows how to talk like a civilized person. Jin bent down to meet Puss's eye level and asked with a smirk. To be honest, except for the harmless adorable eyes technique of Puss, Jin doesn't fear Puss or even consider him a threat, since in the movies, Puss isn't technically that bad. Sure, he's arrogant and all, but not to the point of calling him an evil person. How about this? I'll give you an offer that you cannot refuse. Puss seemed to think for a few seconds before snapping his finger and spoke as if he won in a jackpot. I find myself intrigued. Continue. Jin tilted his head and said before speaking the last sentence in a commanding tone. Since Puss has technically given up, then he already has the upper standing here. How about I offer you my services? Good enough, no? Since you've heard of me, then you know that there's nothing in this world that can stop me from stealing even their most guarded valuable items. Not minding the tone of Jin, Puss still placed his offer up. Interesting. Jin scrubbed his chin as he fell in a thought. Chapter 93, ch 91, Hiring the Orange Furball. Interesting. Jin scrubbed his chin as he fell in a thought. Although he doesn't have any reason to hire Puss's services, however he's still a very important existence in this world, so he might as well hire him so he could have enough reason to interact with him and establish a connection between each other. Meanwhile, Puss stayed in his place while tapping his index finger claws with each other, his eyes sometimes darting on his figure before looking away. What are they doing now? Donkey whispered confusedly while Shrek shrugged his shoulders. He didn't have any idea either. They just saw them fighting, and in the next moment, they stopped and started talking to each other. Of course, it's Jin. I'm sure his words are so convincing that the orange cat is probably about to change his mind and become a better Perso-Katsun. Rapunzel smiled dreamily as she explained, while correcting herself at the last sentence even though she didn't technically correct her mistake. Oh look! They re-shaking hands. Donkey pointed at, and true to his words, Jin and Puss were now shaking hands with satisfied smiles on their faces. Can I have an advance payment? Puss embarrassingly smiled as he asked for his advance payment. Were you saying something? Jin clenched his fists as his knuckles were making a popping sound. Puss's fur stood up in fear as he shuddered and quickly went to amend. Haha, I was just kidding, monsieur. No need to take me seriously. Puss wryly smiled. Actually, he needed an advance payment right now since he's already full of debt in his favorite tavern. He really likes their milk, which is why he needed to pay up, or else he might be blacklisted by them and he wouldn't be able to drink his favorite milk forever. Looking at Puss's defeated face, he could tell that Puss must be facing some kind of financial problem now, which might be one of the reasons why he accepted the bounty that is on his head, since he thought that Jin was just an easy target. Unfortunately, he was mistaken and now has to pay the price for it. Fortunately for Puss, Jin is a very good boss, so he reached his back pocket and plucked out a couple of gold coins before throwing them to Puss, whose eyes sensed the shiny thing on his hand, so he quickly managed to catch the gold coins in the air in fast speeds even though Jin didn't give him a heads up. You can come with us. We're just on our way back to the kingdom, and also I think I already have the perfect job for you. Jin offered, and who is Puss to refuse such a request? Especially since they're in the middle of the forest and Puss is quite tired from the battle, so he accepted and followed Jin back to the carriage. That's it? Man, I thought there would be some kind of epic destruction happening around. Donkey sighed in disappointment while Rapunzel smacked the back of his head upon hearing his comment. Ow! What was that for? Donkey felt a pang of pain and slightly raised his voice on Rapunzel. That's for calling my husband's fight boring. Rapunzel said. Wait, what? I didn't say anything about being bored, and besides, how are you two married, when I don't see any ring on your finger? Donkey reacted while Rapunzel just ignored him and his question. Rapunzel was actually quite sad that Jin wasn't asking her about their marriage, since she heard from Tigress that they were married by the same god that made Jin as God's agent. It's a lie if she says that she's not jealous of the privilege that Tigress got as the first wife. Seeing that Rapunzel's answering his question, Donkey also decided to drop the matter. There's no point in continuing the argument lest Rapunzel might tell Jin that he's annoying her. He might be a donkey, but he's a talking donkey, so he's not dumb and knows his boundaries. After Jin got back with Puss following his trail, they boarded back on the carriage, and that's when Jin saw that Tigress was sleeping on the carriage with a cute sleeping face that he wanted to pinch so badly. Assuming that she was probably tired from her fight with the dragon earlier and only found the time to rest now, Jin sneakily sat beside her and carefully placed her head on his lap. Be quiet, all of you. Jin hushed them and whispered while Rapunzel sat beside him and leaned her head on his shoulder, not wanting to be left out. Shrek and Donkey then scooted over on the end of the carriage while Rapunzel took Puss and placed him on her lap before scratching his neck. Woman, don't test me. Oh, yes, right there. Embarrassed, Puss tries to threaten Rapunzel. However, will Rapunzel be threatened? No. In fact, she even started scratching on his tummy. Meow, giving in from the pleasure, Puss closed his eyes and purred. Ah! Fond by Puss's cuteness, Rapunzel never let go of him for the rest of the journey, causing Puss to have a lack of sleep due to Rapunzel scratching his neck and tummy every time he wanted to rest. As for telling her off? No thank you. He just got hired by Jin and was recently given an advance payment from him, so for now, he might as well consider this as part of his job. Well, home sweet home, Shrek. As for you, Fiona, your kingdom is quite far away and we're not passing by there, so I suggest you stay with Shrek for the meantime and wait for the news of you being rescued from the dragon to reach your parents' ears so they could fetch you here. Jin said as Shrek, Donkey and Fiona got down from the carriage. Wait, what? Just as Fiona was about to put up a question, Jin snapped the reins and the horses started running, leaving them alone in Shrek's swamp. Great, another trouble in my home. Shrek rolled his eyes and said, before turning around and started walking back to his home. Gasp! You, ogre! Come back here, you mister! You don't call a woman like that! You have no manners! As Fiona was pointing her finger at Shrek and following him as she tried to reprimand him, Donkey watched all of this with interest before shrugging his shoulders. Well, at least this is better than living with that old woman. After they said that, he then followed them back to Shrek's swamp. That'll probably be the last time I will see them. Jin muttered to himself as his eyes darted on the screen in front of him, which displays the templates he got from the system so far and their percentage. First template, Jin Kazama, 100%. Second template, Uncle Iroh, 100%. I wonder which template I will get next. From what God told me, he said that the previous world that I went into hiding a few days ago will be my next world after this, so it is related to vampires and monsters, and since so far, the worlds I've been into are related to animations movies like Disney, Pixar, and such. Which means the next world is the... Jin said to himself before tapping on his chin. It took him a few seconds before the pieces started falling one by one and Jin finally got the answer. Hotel Transylvania. That's the next world and the world where I went into hiding. Jin. What? Suddenly, Jin was shook awake from his thoughts when he realized that his hand was playing on Tigress's cheeks, who was on his lap like a clay dough. Oh, I'm sorry. Jin apologized after realizing and seeing the redness on Tigress's cheeks. We can do it later in our room, but now in public, okay? Tigress said with a hint of seduction before pressing her head more on his lap, causing his little member to throb inside his pants slightly. Tigress, who felt the throb on the back of her head, smirked in victory before turning her head and faced the large tent on his pants before sticking her nose on the fabric and inhaled deeply. Inhale. Feeling the suction on air on the fabric of his tent, Jin quickly looked around and was grateful that their attention was on somewhere else, except for someone. What is she doing? Blushing madly, Elsa caught a glimpse of what Tigress was doing while resting her head on Jin's lap. Scratch that, even if she's not using her eyes, she could hear the sound of Tigress smelling the tent on Jin's crotch. Unknowingly, Elsa started rubbing her thighs as her breathing became ragged and unstable. Her eyes never leave the sight of Jin's large tent on his crotch. Unknowingly, Jin noticed her stare and remembered what Rapunzel told him a few hours ago. This scene if Elsa just confirmed his suspicions. So, she does have feelings for me. But I didn't expect it to be this intense. Out of every horny person I've seen, she's the only one who got wet just by me and Tigress's small sexual interaction. Jin said to himself as he decided to stop holding back a bit, and since Rapunzel finally gave Puss a chance to fall asleep, leaving him, Tigress, Elsa and Rapunzel awake in the carriage. Much to Elsa's shock, Jin suddenly whipped his dick out of his pants and let the head touch Tigress's lips. Tigress was also shocked but soon recovered and opened her mouth, swallowing his entire cock in one full swoop. Chapter 94, Sad Announcement. I don't know how to say this, but there's a very high chance that I won't be able to publish chapters until Monday. First of all, the school works are driving me insane. I even thought of dropping out due to the pressure. Yes, I'm weak, I admit. Which is why I'm trying my best right now to calm myself and finish all these fuckers before their deadline. No need to give me P.S for the meantime, and no, I'm not doing this out of pity. I just felt like it is better to give your stones to other authors who needed it while I'm still out. It's not like I'm making this into a big thing, but for me, not publishing chapters for almost 3 days is a huge thing for me since I felt like I'm letting you all down. That's all, hope you all understand. If by chance I haven't updated a chapter on Monday, that only means I'm dead. Comment. 44 comments. Vote. Chapter 95, ch 92, a slight activity in the carriage, Lemon. Guess, who's back? Dash underscore 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 underscore. GLCK, X20. As the carriage was moving at an average speed, so is Tigress's bobbing head on his crotch. With Puss sound asleep, Elsa and Rapunzel were now forced to watch Tigress sucking Jin's cock, taking it up and down as if she was fighting a great battle. Can I go next? Rapunzel whispered to Jin, who nodded in agreement as he pulled his head back, feeling the intense pleasure that Tigress is giving him. However, Rapunzel's whisper was loud enough for Elsa to hear her and quickly blushed madly. She looked outside the carriage and was now contemplating whether she should jump now or not. 'Cause if she didn't, she might either pass out from sheer embarrassment or from the intense feeling she's feeling right now as she watches them make out. Unfortunately, her slight degenerate side won and she decided against jumping. And so, Elsa could only watch and hear the sound of Tigress giving Jin a blowjob in the carriage. Clerk, 20. Feeling that he's about to come, Jin quickly held and grabbed a handful of Tigress's hair and pushed her in more into his crotch, forcing his cock to reach the deepest parts that it could reach on her throat. Clerk. At this moment, Elsa was left staring dumbly at Tigress's slight reddened face and the veins that became visible on her neck. How can she even swallow that big? Elsa raised a question to herself as she subconsciously touched her neck, wondering if she were in Tigress's situation, would she also be able to handle such a thing? As Jin's cum dripped from the corners of Tigress's mouth, Jin sighed in pleasure as he finally released his grip on her hair, allowing Tigress to spit his cock out of her mouth and used her own chi to slightly heal the pain on her throat. Cough. Cough. You were too rough. Tigress coughed several times before complaining to him in slight discomfort on her throat. I'm sorry. Here, let me wipe it for me. Jin apologized and used his pinky to wipe his cum off her face before offering it to Rapunzel who was by his side. What? I only get the leftovers. Rapunzel complained but still engulfed his pinky finger with her little mouth, while inside her mouth, Jin could feel Rapunzel's tongue licking and sucking his pinky inside. Naughty. Jin teased, however, he wasn't referring to Rapunzel. Instead he was looking at Elsa, who quickly realized that Jin was referring to her when he was teasing. That's when Elsa felt something sticky on her hand, and when she looked down, she realized that her hand was wet and buried deep within her crotch, unknowingly pleasuring herself without her realizing it. It turns out, the reason why Jin called her naughty was because of what she was doing while she was watching. Just as Elsa was thinking on how to explain herself, Puss suddenly yelled after waking up. Don't take my milk! Standing up on his two boots, Puss was sweating and breathing heavily as he unsheathed his rapier and pointed it in front of him. Huff huff, where is he? Where's the milk thief? During this time, Jin, Elsa, Tigress, and Rapunzel quickly fixed themselves lest Puss might see what they did during his sleep. There's no else here beside us, you furball. It's just a bad dream. Jin curtly said, he's quite annoyed that Puss woke up at such a bad time. He almost got Elsa but the little shit interrupted them. Oh. Puss wiped off his sweat after sighing in relief. Just like that, for the rest of the journey, Puss stayed awake for the whole time, so there's no point in continuing their interrupted session, so Jin could only grumble inside. It's not like he can't kick Puss off the carriage, but he can see that Rapunzel is quite fond at Puss's cuteness and decided against it, or else Rapunzel might complain to him for the rest of the day. Soon after, the carriage finally arrived back in Arendelle, where they were met with Agnar, Iduna, Anna, and even their butler, Kai's worried faces. Elsa! Where have you been? Just as Agnar was about to confront Elsa for her sudden leaving without getting permission from them, Iduna suddenly beat him to it and advanced forward as Iduna quickly engulfed her daughter into a deep hug. I'm sorry for not telling, Mama. It won't happen again. Elsa apologized as she knew that what she did is bad and she shouldn't do it again in the future. Where have you been, sis? I was worried we wouldn't get to play anymore. This time, it was Anna's turn to hug Elsa, not giving Agnar any space to hug his daughter, so he could only stand awkwardly on the side. I just went to. Seeing that Elsa was struggling on making an excuse, Jin decided to help her out. We actually found a very secretive syndicate that threatens the safety of this world. Jin stepped forward and spoke, gathering the attention of everyone on him. Though what they didn't know was in fact, he was just lying, and there's no way a syndicate called Illuminati exists in this world, right? Syndicate. Knowing what syndicate means, especially when Jin said it is secretive, as a king, Agnar should watch out for these kinds of groups of people. Yes, they're called the Illuminati, and luckily, we managed to repel them off before they could cause further damage. Jin said, as Agnar placed his finger under his chin and said. This is bad then, perhaps I should announce this on Solstice Summit. Solstice Summit? Jin asked in curiosity. It's a grand meeting of every kingdom under the alliance, our kingdom is included. In this meeting is where the kings such as I, discuss anything related to politics, and it is also the best time to offer trades with other countries. Agnar explained as Elsa and Anna stared at him in interest. They've actually heard of this Solstice Summit, but they only saw their father leaving for other kingdoms, as the meeting usually happens in other kingdoms. In fact, the next Solstice Summit will occur in our kingdom next week. Which is why I've been preparing for the grand occasion, and also why I decided to open our gates to the outside world. Agnar said before turning to Elsa. Elsa, you're the next on the throne, which is why I'll be needing your presence in the meeting so you could get a glimpse of what Solstice Summit is about and what happens in it. Agnar said, inviting Elsa in a very grand meeting between kings of several kingdoms around the world, forgetting the fact that he's supposed to reprimand Elsa for leaving without informing them. I will, Papa. Elsa nodded her head and said, she was actually excited as this will be the first time she would become involved in the works that her father does. Not knowing the corruption and deadly thing that is called politics. That's interesting. Such a thing wasn't mentioned in the movie. Was it because Agnar and Iduna died before the Solstice Summit, which is why it was never shown and probably happened in the background behind the cannon? Jin analyzed and said to himself. Hopefully, this would just be a meeting between old fogies and nothing bad would happen. The kingdom wasn't frozen to ice, so no one knows except for us that Elsa has ice powers. Jin assured himself as he felt like his days of leaving this world are coming. Though there's still one problem left. Elsa still has feelings for me. I can't just leave her hanging like that. I'm afraid if I leave her here alone, she might go crazy or else. Jin said to himself before making a goal in his mind. Before leaving, either he makes Elsa lose her feelings over him or he makes the first move and makes her his so he could bring her with him in another world. Yeah, I'll be doing the latter. After all of our interactions, I've formed quite a bond with her, so there's no way I'll be letting her go to another man beside me. Right at this moment, Jin has decided to change himself. All this time, I was dense on other women's feelings on me because my current women are already occupying my mind, so I've been ignoring others. Jin uttered the reason for his denseness. With this goal in his mind, Jin decided to make Elsa confess by giving her signals and hints. As much as he wants to confess first and be done with it, Elsa was the first one to fall for him, so she should be the one to confess. Are the preparations finished? Inside a dark cave, 5 men sat amongst each other with a circular table in front of them. One of them asked in a deep voice. Yes. After years of preparation, we would finally be able to take over the entire continent. An old woman said in return. Thankfully, he gave us the strength that we need in this operation. As long as we do our end of the deal, he won't bother us anymore. Are you certain that the Flame Predator will be in the Solstice Summit? According to our sources, the chances are high, as the Flame Predator was said to be close with Arendelle's firstborn princess. Elsa, I heard some rumors about her having ice powers. Are those rumors confirmed? Not yet, but once we proceed with the operation, we'll know. Good, then prepare an emergency plan against her just in case the rumors turn out to be true. I understand. Chapter 96, ch 93, Solstice Summit. For the entire week, Jin has focused on several things. First is the Dragon's Nest, which was blooming as time went on. Jin actually made them an official organization that was recognized by the whole world. Technically, the Dragon's Nest became more like the Justice League, except for powers and abilities, as the group's purpose turned from becoming a band of mercenaries to a group of people who fought corruption and evil people. Thanks to Jin's teachings on them, manpower is the least thing they have to worry about. With the help of Corona Kingdom and Arendelle, Dragon's Nest was now going around the continent, solving small to big problems, further cementing their reputation as a group of justice-filled individuals. Although many kingdoms were very against them and even offered a bounty on each of their heads, is that really enough to stop them? With Jin's support, the kingdoms that were against them quickly turned their tails away when Jin launched a full-scale investigation on each of them. How? With Jin's might combined with Iroha's critical and wise thinking, all their little secrets were dug and shown throughout the world, giving them a good reason to kick the current corrupt officials and put them behind bars, while some who did the worst things such as rape and pedophilic things, were secretly tortured before executed. Jin may be a devil, but he's still a sympathetic human at heart. He has engraved his parents' teachings and knows the goods and bad. And with his might, he was able to execute his own sense of justice. Put the bad guys who did minor things such as stealings and such behind bars, while torturing and killing those who did a major thing such as killing an innocent person or raping the opposite or same gender. Yes, the opposite or same gender, so if a man raped a man or a woman raped a man and so forth, they will still be tortured and executed. The true definition of gender equality. The second thing that he did during the rest of the week was to train. It's been a while since he last trained, and he felt like he could achieve more strength than just relying on the template's percentage. Which is why, Jin had an idea of combining two separate techniques of both of his templates, and he was successful. Combined with Iroha's lightning bending and Jin's lightning chi manipulation, Jin combined them both and managed to form an even more potent and dangerous lightning technique. Basically, lightning bending came from one's own energy, which is kinda similar to stamina, while lightning chi manipulation came from obviously the chi. So, with both techniques combined, the lightning wasn't blue or red, instead it turned into a purple one, and the last time he tested it on a tree, not even the ashes were left. Which shows just how strong this technique is. And if it is used on a human or a living being. Jin doesn't know since he hasn't tried it yet, but he could guess that no one could get out uncathed from this technique. Jin has also thought of a name for it, which he named Empyrean Thunderbolt. Did he also mention he could manipulate the intensity, shape, size, and the direction of the lightning? And lastly, the last thing he did this week is pretty obvious. Flirting with Elsa, obviously. After he got both Rapunzel and Tigris's confirmation, he finally started his advance and made the first move on Elsa. It would be a lie if he said he isn't successful, since Elsa was also amazed by his first move and even started reciprocating his moves and flirts back whenever she can. Unfortunately, she's still a beginner, so it would take her some time if she wants to get a blush from Jin. As for Jin, with Tigris and Rapunzel's constant teases on him, Jin is slowly learning and adapting, so he knows the itch of every woman. And as for what it is? Compliments, of course. Women love being complimented all the time, even for the smallest things. They would greatly appreciate it and even take it to their heart. Though don't get your hopes up for this, as you need to have the looks first before trying it out, or else they might just see you as a stalker or a creep. And now that everything is settled for what he did in the past days, a grand event is now being held at Arendelle, as several large ships and carriages were going in and out of the kingdom's port and main road. As mentioned previously by Agnar, today is the day that Solstice Summit is being held, and at their own territory. So, Agnar kept himself busy for the entire week, as he wanted to make a good impression on the other kings, especially after the lockdown that transpired on their kingdom. Nothing much changed here. One of the kings who came to attend was the king of the far, far away kingdom. In other words, Fiona's parents. What surprised Jin was the fact that Fiona and Shrek were also walking behind them side by side, gathering strange and scared looks from the nearby folks. Is that an ogre? How disgusting! One of the kings said in disgust. I told you we shouldn't have come here. Shrek whispered to Fiona, who was standing by his side and holding on his shoulders. Shh, this is a grand moment for us, and since you're my husband now, you must know how the solstice summer works. You're going to be the king someday. Fiona whispered back while awkwardly smiling at the folks around, though that only worsened their situation, as it just made the people more scared of them now. You're making it worse. Shrek noticed this and whispered back to her. You speak as if you're doing something good. Fiona rebutted him in the same whisper tone. We shouldn't have come here. Meanwhile, Fiona's father King Harold, grumbled and covered his face in embarrassment. He could see the looks that everyone is giving them and he doesn't like it one bit. All because of a damned ogre who suddenly barged into their life yesterday. In fact, he was supposed to meet a legendary mercenary who would kill Shrek for him as he already made an appointment with the mercenary. And what did he receive? Nothing. He went to the local tavern where they were supposed to meet up, only to wait for hours on someone who never showed up. Hey, isn't that Jin? Suddenly, Fiona saw someone familiar and quickly pointed at the individual who was eating elegantly on a table. That's Jin. Unlike Fiona, Shrek is more familiar with Jin, which is why he quickly recognized him even from afar. Jin? What is he doing here? Fiona asked in confusion while Shrek just happily grabbed her hand and started approaching Jin. I don't know, but we'll find out soon. Shrek responded at the same time as they arrived in front of him. Jin. Shrek called out first just for confirmation, and seeing that Jin turned his attention from his plate to them, Jin greeted them. Shrek and Fiona? What are you guys doing here? Jin raised a question while Shrek answered before Fiona could. Well, I'm kind of a prince now. I don't know how it happened, but it is what it is. How about you? We're surprised to see you here. Shrek answered his question before firing his own. Similar to you, I'm kind of a special guest here, like literally. Jin replied with a shrug. How special? Shrek sat on the table, ignoring his wife, Fiona, just to immerse himself in chatting with Jin. A spiritual teacher of Princess Elsa. She's the heir for the throne. Jin answered before proceeding to stab a veggie with his fork and ate it. Veggies are good for your health after all. That's amazing. Thankfully, we found you here. You have no idea how awkward it is for us to be stared at as if we're some kind of exotic animals. Shrek said with a laugh. How about Elsa? And your wives Rapunzel and Tigress, was it? Fiona also made herself comfortable and sat. They're kind of busy picking their own dress for the event. Jin answered while looking around. He could see that the entire hall was now filled to the brim. He could even smell the riches and royalty everywhere. Just seeing those elegant postures and arrogant expressions on their faces almost made Jin leave the hall. Well, almost, as he couldn't resist the food around here, especially the different kinds of tea that are being brought on the table one by one. Jin could make a guess that Agnar specifically asked for this either for him or because all royalties like to drink tea. Jin leans more on the latter since he could see that everyone who reeks of royalty is holding at least one teacup in their hands with their pinky finger flashed out, screaming elegance. Ting, x3. Suddenly, Kai stepped forward and smacked a metal spoon on a teacup, gathering everyone's attention. I hereby announce the arrival of the King and Queen of Arendelle, along with the two princesses, Elsa and Anna. Kai announced before bringing down the teacup and spoon back on the table. Just in time, Tigress and Rapunzel sneakily sat beside Jin. Finally, Anna wants to try almost every dress she has in her wardrobe. Luckily, we found what she liked the most. Rapunzel wryly said as she wiped off the sweat on her forehead. She was very exhausted by helping Anna pick her dress. Elsa was easy to handle. She said she wants a blue dress for this event. Meanwhile, Tigress calmly informed before getting a glare from Rapunzel. Lucky. Rapunzel murmured. Thud. Soon, the large doors on the second floor were finally opened as Agnar and Iduna graced everyone with their imposing presence. Behind them, walked Elsa and Anna side by side. Both of them were looking around in nervousness. Thankfully, they were walking side by side, so that helps them overcome their fear for the crowd. Applause. Is that Princess Elsa? I can't wait to ask for her hand. Suddenly, Jin heard someone whisper behind him. A male one to be exact. Naturally, Jin would just ignore this. However, after days of effort in pursuing and flirting with Elsa, he has already considered her as his own, even though she hasn't confessed to him yet. they won't mind if one person goes missing at this time, right? Jin muttered to himself as his eyes grew sharp. Chapter 97, ch 94, Ambush. After Elsa and Anna showed up and joined in the hall, every prince and royal teens suddenly started flocking over them, either to befriend them or be acquaintances. Heck, some even dared to propose marriage with Elsa, which caused Jin to finally interfere them before they try anything that might cause them to lose their life today. Excuse me. Jin sneaks in every gap of the crowd before taking both Anna and Elsa's hands to take them away. The sisters looked at each other, relieved to be escorted to safety, away from those disgusting men. Hey! Where are you taking the princesses? One of the rightful prince stepped forward and pointed at him in accusation. Turning back, Jin stared at the prince's eyes and glared before using his telekinesis to undo his belt and pull his pants down, gathering everyone's attention back at him. Ha ha ha! Look! He dropped his pants. One by one, everyone started laughing and pointing at him, even the kings and queens were joining the fun and laughed at the prince. Why you? Pointing his hands at the departing back of Jin and the two princesses, the prince was very angry and embarrassed. Hans! What are you doing? You're embarrassing us! Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a majestic-looking cane, strutted towards the prince, who turns out to be Hans. Father, Hans tried to reason with his father, however, what could he say? That he forgot to do his belt before coming to the party? That would only make his father more disappointed and embarrassed at him. After all, only an idiot would forget to do his belt. Cover your little shit, you're an embarrassment. I shouldn't have brought you here. His father whispered to him in an angry tone before smiling and turning to the crowd. I sincerely apologize for my foolish son. Please, continue what you were doing earlier. His father said in a calm tone before grabbing Hans, who finally put his pants back on by his collar before dragging him outside the hall. After seeing that the funny event is gone and finished, everyone went back to what they were doing. However, some of their conversations would trail back to Hans and how embarrassing he is, making him a permanent memory in their minds and would probably scar him for life. During the funny situation of Hans, Jin managed to sneak back to his table along with Elsa and Anna. Shrek. Elsa was surprised to see Shrek and another female ogre beside him. And, confused on who she is, Elsa tried to gesture for Fiona to introduce herself. Elsa, it's me, Fiona. Quite shocking, isn't it? Fiona awkwardly introduced herself again and smiled. Oh, not much. I was just surprised. Elsa was stunned when she realized that the female ogre turns out to be Fiona, the beautiful princess that got locked up in a tower guarded by a flame-breathing dragon. Hearing Anna's whimper, Elsa realized that Anna must be scared of the ogres, so she turned to introduce her little sister. However, what Anna said next made her think otherwise. Are you guys married perchance? I mean, you two look cute together, but I have so many questions right now. Surprisingly, Elsa didn't find Anna behind her as he was expecting her to hide on her back, and instead, Elsa found her already sitting on the table while asking several questions on Shrek and Fiona. Is it true that you guys eat humans like your snack? Anna threw her first question. No. Shrek answered her since he was born as an ogre, so he felt like he should be the one to answer. That's cool. How strong are you? I heard that you guys can take on tens of knights alone. Anna flashed her next question, which was answered by Shrek again. I don't know. It depends, I guess. Shrek answered with a shrug. And Anna stopped for a few seconds, making Shrek and everyone await her next question. Do the roar. Anna said with a smile. Do the what? Shrek thought he just heard it wrong, so he asked for a repeat. Do the roar. Anna repeated, but this time, she made it more clear. Shrek hesitated as he looked around and saw that there were still some eyes on him and Fiona. Seeing Shrek's dilemma, Jin decided to help him, so he stepped in and interrupted. Anna, here I have some chocolates. Jin said before grabbing a handful of chocolates on the table and stuffed them on Anna's mouth, making her look like a squirrel as her mouth is full of chocolates. Humph. Surprised at first, Anna soon calmed down after realizing that it is her favorite chocolates, so she started chewing and swallowing them piece by piece. So, it's quite hard for her since the chocolate is very sticky sometimes, especially since there's so much in her mouth. Actually, Jin did that on purpose just to shut Anna's mouth for several minutes. Though, he wanted to laugh a bit since Anna's last question reminded him of the spoiled kid that asked Shrek the same question in the movie. Thanks. Shrek whispered to Jin while giving him a thumbs up. Jin simply nodded and accepted his gratitude. After that, several minutes passed and the hall finally became more crowded, filling in the rest of the vacant spots and tables. Though this also increased the eyes of Shrek and Fiona, while it also increased Elsa and Anna's suitors, who all mysteriously got their pants undid and fell on the ground, making another memorable scene today. At this moment, everyone on the table including Anna already knows that Jin has his hand on the pants falling down curse on her suitors. Though others found it funny, Elsa was different. She felt a fluffy feeling in her heart. He doesn't want other men to court me. Elsa could make a guess in her mind in why Jin was doing those things on her suitors. And just the thought of it makes her a blushing mess. Clang, X5. Suddenly, Kai picks up a glass and spoon once again and clangs them against each other, gathering everyone's attention. We shall now commence with the Solstice Summit. Kings, would you kindly please follow me? Kai elegantly said before walking towards the two doors that were opened by the staff. Inside the room was a long hallway that leads to another door. The kings looked at their queens and children before whispering something to them before following Kai. Oh right, speaking of kings. Where are your parents, Rapunzel? Jin then remembered about Rapunzel's parents being a king and queen, so he asked her. I just greeted them earlier when you were busy pulling everyone's pants down. Rapunzel answered with a slight teasing smile. Cough, what do you mean? I was just sitting here. Jin coughed in embarrassment at being caught before lying with a straight face. Sitting here my ass. You were clearly grinning to yourself earlier. Everyone on the table yelled to themselves at seeing the shameless look on Jin's face. After the kings were gone, everyone resumed back to their conversations and jobs. Meanwhile, Elsa suddenly felt her tummy hurting, so she made an excuse to go to the bathroom. Excuse me. I'll just fix myself in the bathroom. Elsa made an excuse while Rapunzel also felt the same. Yeah, I wonder what was on your plate. Rapunzel also said before standing up and dragging Elsa towards the female bathroom. Why did she even eat the food on sister's plate? Anna wondered to herself before everyone returned back to what they were doing. Though, Jin can't help but feel like something was wrong. On Elsa and Rapunzel's side. They successfully got in the bathroom in time and released whatever they should release at this moment. Rapunzel moaned in delight after getting out of the bathroom along with Elsa. Seriously, you should teach the chefs here a lesson. Rapunzel gave her a warning as Elsa nodded her head. Indeed, she felt like she should give a warning to the chefs for making such a food that made their tummies bad. Just as Rapunzel and Elsa were about to go back to the hall, a shadow suddenly loomed behind them, and before Rapunzel could react, someone placed a handkerchief on her mouth. Rapunzel's eyes widened in surprise and fear as she quickly tried to yell and reach out to Elsa. HMMMPH. Luckily, they were close to each other so Elsa heard her and turned around just in time for Rapunzel to slowly feel sleepy and close her eyes. Rapunzel. Elsa quickly reacted and tried to cast her ice magic on the man behind Rapunzel. However, she didn't notice the other shadow creeping up behind her. Before she could react, a handkerchief was placed on her mouth and Elsa widened her eyes in surprise before also feeling a bit sleepy and soon closed her eyes. The operation is a success. Time for the distraction. One of the kidnappers said before they both started dragging Rapunzel and Elsa somewhere. Back at Jin's table, his bad premonition kept on increasing to the point that he got suspicious of why Elsa and Rapunzel were taking so long. "Tigress, I'll go and see them out. Stay here, okay?" After getting Tigress's nod, Jin gave her a kiss before running towards the bathroom. As soon as he got there, he only managed to see a lone shoe on the ground, specifically a shoe heel. "This is Rapunzel's," Jin muttered to himself as he finally pieced everything together. First is Elsa's tummy going bad along with Rapunzel, who coincidentally ate the food on her plate. Second is the bad premonition in his heart. Lastly, the final blow is when he saw the shoe heel on the ground without any presence of Rapunzel or Elsa. Which leads him to one thing. Someone kidnapped his women. Chapter 98, ch. 95, The Devil's Anger. Unknown to Jin, his body suddenly started changing to his devil form. His consciousness was clouded by anger. Ru'ar. Wanting to release his anger, Jin raised his head in the air and roared on the top of his lungs. Followed by his roar was a large earthquake around the entire Arendelle kingdom. Rumble. Back in the hallway, just as everyone was stunned by Jin's roar, the utensils and glasses started shaking and the tables soon came shaking too, and before everyone knew it, an earthquake was occurring. Under the table now. Tigress quickly ordered and dragged Anna, Shrek, and Fiona under the table. Others saw what she did and copied her as they also threw themselves under the table, hoping in their minds that the earthquake would cease. The earthquake didn't stop until a few minutes later, only then did everyone sigh in relief. However, while everyone was sighing in relief, Tigress was thinking about a different thing, and it is about the roar everyone heard before the earthquake. Others might just dismiss it since the earthquake got their attention, but as a tigress, she could perceive the hidden meaning behind the large roar. She could feel its anger not towards anything to be exact but towards himself. Jin. Having his assumptions, Tigress quickly left the hall and dashed towards the female bathroom, only to be met with a broken down ceiling, allowing the moonlight to seep through the large hole gap. When Tigress saw this, she is now 100% sure that it was Jin who roared earlier and probably the one who caused the earthquake. Remembering that he advised her to stay with Anna and the rest, Tigress sighed and felt helpless but still did as he told her and went back to the table. "Kitty. What's going on? I'm scared, I want to see my sister." After seeing Tigress leave earlier, anxiety starts building up on Anna's, but seeing her come back made her at ease, so she called her out by the nickname that she gave her before running to hug her, while asking about her sister at the same time. "I don't know, Anna. But I suggest we leave here. It's a bit dangerous," Tigress whispered to Anna, and the latter nodded her head. Outside the kingdom, a ship started sailing, and at fast speeds at that. Normally, this looks just like a normal merchant ship to Jin, but after seeing that all the other shops in the port were stationary except for the merchant ship, Jin has his suspicions, so he didn't hesitate to land on the deck, only to be met with two individuals clad in black walking back and forth around the ship, seemingly as if trying to sail it by themselves. "Hey!" Hearing the sound of Jin's landing on the deck, both of them turned their heads at him in curiosity. "Who are you?" They squinted their eyes at Jin while trying to maintain calm and keep a facade. Thankfully for them, Jin went back to his human form just after he roared earlier, so they didn't get suspicious of him. Unfortunately for them, they should have been more cautious towards him, as Jin's eyes are very sharp, so the moment he saw their weird behavior, he knew that these were the guys who kidnapped Elsa and Rapunzel. Jin didn't even acknowledge their presence, and he treated them as if they were air and just started walking towards the large cabin on the deck. He wanted to see if Rapunzel and Elsa were fine. "Hey! You can't do this!" Sneakily unsheathing a small dagger, one of them slowly got closer to him while pretending like a normal guy who is trying to stop an intruder from intruding his privacy. Unfortunately for him, Jin wasn't having any of it, so he simply snapped his arm and grabbed the man by the neck, while at the same time glaring at him. The man was shocked and tried to fight back, however, all it took for Jin was a small use of strength, and his grip on the man's neck tightened so much. Snap! Before his companion could react, Jin's grip reached the necessary strength to fully snap the man's neck without an ounce of resistance. That was boring. I thought he'd fight back at least a bit. Even though the man was indeed trying to fight back, it's unfortunate that Jin didn't feel anything during the process, so he assumed that the guy wasn't trying to fight back. You killed my brother. The last guy on the deck yelled in anger as he fully unsheathed his long sword and tried to strike Jin's unsuspecting back. Clang! As soon as the man was about to smile in glee due to his victory, he suddenly noticed that only Jin's suit was sliced by him, while there weren't any blood or wounds that were supposed to appear on Jin's back. Is that supposed to do something? Jin tilted his head in confusion, and before his enemy could react, Jin used his left hand to grab the man's collar while using his right hand to grab the man's waist belt. Soon after that, he raised the man above his head. At first glance it looks like a WWE scene where Jin would smash the man back on the ground. However, what happened next was the contrary. Jin's muscles and biceps tightened a bit, giving them a majestic and manly look. As for the man, he could only feel an increasing pain in his abdomen, as if he was being torn in half. Tear in half. Coming to a realization, it was already too late, as the man's vision went dark when he had his own waist without an upper body, being grabbed by Jin's right hand. Blood was dripping down on his sliced-in-half waist. Some of the blood splashed against Jin's face and clothes, but all it took was a single moment of flame flashing around his body for the scent and stain to be burned off along with the clothes, leaving Jin topless. Jin then resumed his walk and soon opened the door to the cabin. Thankfully, they seemed to be sleeping soundly on the bed. They were fine, so Jin sighed in relief. Jin then walked up to them and shook them both awake. Among the two of them, Elsa was the first one to wake up from his sudden shaking of their body. What? Surprised, Elsa opened her eyes slowly, only to be met with beautiful pitch-black eyes that looked similar to space, looking back at her. And this black color reminds her of Jin, so she unconsciously muttered. Jin! Don't worry, you're safe now. Jin whispered before kissing her on the forehead. His fists clenched tightly. He shouldn't have let them go to the bathroom with just the two of them. He never thought that they would be ambushed at such a high-secured castle in the kingdom of Arendelle. Rapunzel! Where's Rapunzel? Ignoring the kiss that Jin planted on her forehead, Elsa was more worried about Rapunzel as she saw her being taken by the kidnappers first before her. She's fine. Just in time, Rapunzel, who was by her side, her eyes quivered slightly before opening them. Where am I? Rapunzel muttered in question. In my presence. Nothing will harm you now. Jin also gave her his reassurance after seeing the slight fear that flashed before Rapunzel's eyes. We should go back. They're waiting for us in the castle, and I think the Solstice Summit is done by now. Unknown to Jin that he just caused a large earthquake earlier, the Solstice Summit ended very early, and they're now all gathering at the hall in order to assess the situation in the kingdom. You're right. Anna is probably looking for me now. Elsa stood up with the help of Jin, who was using himself as both her guide and helper. Jealous slightly, Rapunzel dropped down on the ground and raised both of her arms and feet, looking as if she was a baby looking for her mother. Carry me, Jin? Rapunzel asked in a spoiled tone. Jin simply shook his head and sighed. He should teach Rapunzel how to be more mature than this. It's not like he's against this kind of behavior of hers, in fact he quite liked this version of her. However, being mature also has its benefits and would surely make Rapunzel understand herself better, as that is always the start of someone who is becoming an adult. I knew there was something wrong with the food. Rapunzel was about to complain about Elsa's food on her plate earlier when an explosion suddenly went off in the distance, specifically towards the castle where every royalty is currently staying in, not to mention Tigress and Anna. Boom! Oh no! Elsa whispered in shock and fear as she quickly let go of Jin's hands and started running back to the burning castle. In her mind, her family is more important than everything else. It doesn't matter if Jin would hate her for suddenly taking off and leaving him on the deck, but Elsa didn't care about it for now. As long as her family is safe, only then she would worry about small things. As for Jin, if he hated her for it, Of course not. In fact, her actions just made her fall in love again with her, since this just shows that if Elsa cares for her family more than everything else means that if they ever have a family together, Jin would have no worries if Elsa would treat their family badly like other bad mothers. Wait, she hasn't confessed yet, why the hell am I talking about forming a family with her? Isn't it too early for it? Dash underscore 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 underscore. We have lost our past glory. We are now thrown away to a top 30 in P.S ranking. Insert GIF. Sad. Chapter 99, ch 96, What is Flower? Now that Elsa and Rapunzel are safe now, Jin's earlier anger has faded, but was replaced with another worry for Tigress and Anna inside. Well, specifically Anna, since he trusted Tigress that she'd be able to protect her just fine. Do you both have any idea who's behind this? Jin turned to them and asked, hoping that they either eavesdropped on the two guys or saw something out of place in the ship. I don't know. At one moment my face was covered in cloth and the next moment, I found myself facing you here in this ship. Rapunzel shrugged her shoulders and said in reply. Before I fall unconscious earlier. I think I heard them talking about time for distraction. Elsa said after a moment of hesitation, since she's not that sure if what she heard earlier is credible. Distraction. So that means their sole purpose was kidnapping you and starting a distraction so it would take long to notice that you both were gone and give the kidnappers enough time to escape and get away from Arendelle. Jin placed his finger under his chin and started analyzing the kidnappers' original plan. But such a large distraction is too much. Which means that aside from the kidnapping, they still have other purposes. Jin quickly scrutinized in just a few seconds by putting himself in the kidnapper's shoe. Jin's observation is actually right. After all, too much distraction would only make the kingdom increase their security and make them wary and cautious, which means they would make a large search and find that their princess is missing. I'm going back, I need to check on the castle and see what I can do. But first, Jin said to himself before turning around and grabbing both Rapunzel and Elsa by their waists and said 3 words before taking off in the air. Hold on tight. Jin muttered, and before Elsa and Rapunzel could register what he said, their feet left the ground suddenly. Oh God! Elsa quickly straddled Jin and put her arms around his neck, as she closed her eyes out of fear. As for Rapunzel, she was already used to this height, though she was only stunned at first since she wasn't expecting the sudden flying of Jin. I'll bring you both to safety for now. Jin said in return, though he felt quite excited by Elsa's legs straddling his waist. Now there's no way for him to regret what he just did. After leaving them off in a safe place, Jin proceeded to fly back towards the castle. The explosion was so loud that he could see the entrance being swarmed by hundreds of people running out with fear and shock plastered on their faces. To be honest, Jin wouldn't blame them. They're royalty after all, and he could tell from himself that they're not used to this kind of attack and probably haven't faced this kind of situation, which is the reason for their panic. He also saw Tigress, Anna, Fiona, and Shrek running along with the crows, though the people seemed to be avoiding Shrek and Fiona even in the face of death in front of them. Jin saw that Tigress noticed her and waves at him. He waved back at her before he flew inside. He saw that there are still many people inside that are panicking and running out. Though there isn't much left since the majority of the people here have already left through the front door. Now that I noticed. Where are the kings? Jin also noticed that among the people who were escaping and running away from danger, he saw no shadow of the kings that attended the solstice meeting. That kind of explosion should be enough to at least make them panic and escape as soon as possible, right? Jin wondered to himself before slowly descending on the ground and landed as softly as possible. I knew there was much more to this. Jin whispered and started stealthily finding himself back in the hall where the ceiling was blown off and the entire ground was littered with stones and large rubble. He even saw some severed limbs and corpses, flooding the floor with not only debris but also blood. Jin took flight after seeing this and quietly landed on the door where the kings last entered earlier. Using his hearing, Jin heard nothing beyond the door, so he slowly opened it, and thankfully this time, the door didn't creak like the rest of the doors in this castle. Thank God! Jin sighed in relief before peeking inside through the small gap that he made by opening the door. Seeing that there are no one in the long hallway, Jin made himself through the next door, where he once again used his senses to eavesdrop, and that's when he finally heard voices. Either you give us what we want, or this kingdom along with you all will be ravished by our horde. He heard a gruff man speak inside. I told you. I don't know any flower that you're talking about. The person who responded sounds very familiar to Jin. That should be Agnar. Jin said to himself before deciding to sneak inside so he could see and hear what was happening inside more clearly. However, he couldn't just barge in through the front door lest he risks showing himself to them. Sure, Jin can defeat them all with a simple gesture of his hand, but he wanted to know the purpose of the attack and the flower that they're talking about. I don't recall any special flowers that exist in this world. Either my memory is foggy or the flower that they're talking about wasn't shown in the movies. Jin remarked to himself before looking around and noticed by the side wall for the hallway, there was an open window that led to the garden. You see, the meeting place actually looks like a lollipop if you look on the outside. With the lollipop stick being the hallway while the candy of the lollipop is the room here the meeting is taking place. So, once Jin went outside through the window, he proceeded to search for any open windows that will lead him to the open window. There. After seconds of looking around, Jin finally saw a closed window, but it is on the very top of the tower. Yes, the meeting room actually looks like a tall tower. If it was any other person, it would be impossible to sneak in through the window since it is very high up in the air, but who is Jin? He has two methods of flying, so flight is something that he needs the least. After taking off from the ground, Jin floated upwards until he reached the level of the window. Oh man, this is bad. Jin tried to budge the window a little bit, however, it wasn't moving an inch, so Jin knew that it was locked from the inside. I can't smash it since that would just basically reveal them my intrusion. Jin whispered to himself. He also can't use his telekinesis since the window was literally locked like there's a key cylinder, so it needs a key to unlock it. This should be good enough. Jin said to himself before raising his index finger and an orange flame materialized. Not hot enough. Jin said next before focusing on the flame and used his emotions to further increase the heat of the flame. The color of the flame went from orange to red until it reached the blue flame. I wonder why Angela's flame is blue, though I'm more confused on why Iroh, who is literally stronger than her, never uses it. Jin spoke in confusion and decided to put this thought on the back of his mind. Right now he must get inside and know more information on the attackers, who knows, maybe he might help save the world or something. Jin's lit index finger started to get closer on the window, and as soon as the blue flame made contact with the glass of the window, Jin's sharp eyes could clearly see how the glass started melting due to the sheer heat of his blue flames. Almost there. Jin focused as he can't help but let his tongue out in the open as if showing to the world that he's in the zone. Thankfully, it didn't take long for him to fly inside after successfully melting the entire window. Using his senses again to eavesdrop, Jin managed to update himself of the recent happenings inside the meeting room. Give me the flower or another king dies. He heard the gruff man speak again. Just give it to him, Agnar. You filthy shit. Our lives are at stake here, and besides, isn't that just a flower? Why are you so adamant on protecting it? Just kill Agnar instead of us. We have no idea about this flower thing. Jin could also hear the voices of the other kings and their complaints to Agnar. Seriously, what is Agnar really hiding? Is it just a simple flower? While Jin was wondering to himself, his feet were already sneaking downstairs. Soon, Jin finally descended from several floors and finally arrived at the ground floor, where he saw a majestic-looking room that expands to at least an entire football stadium when it comes to size. Even the round table was so large that you can play ping pong with yourself just by how long the ping pong ball will reach the opposite end of the table. There it was, Jin saw two bodies dead on the ground with bleeding chests. Jin also saw several men with large blades in their hands. What confused Jin was their appearance. They look like someone who can't even attack a small village, not to mention a summit where several powerful kings of kingdoms are gathering. In short, they're bandits. Now, I'm 100% sure that there is someone supporting them from behind. Jin squinted his eyes in suspicion. Finally, after days of delay, they would finally face each other. Back to God, he sighed in satisfaction as he spoke. There you go again, going crazy old man. Callias spoke with tiredness in his tone. I'm not crazy. I am simply helping a child. My child to be exact. God replied with a hint of mysteriousness in his voice. Chapter 100, ch. 97, The Reveal. Alright, that's it. Looks like you really want us to use the secret weapon. A bald man with a large scar said with a scowl. From the looks of it, he seems to be the leader of this small group of bandits. Secret weapon? What is this? Some generic-ass villains in superhero movies. Jin's face twitched as he spoke to himself. Though he also wonders if the said secret weapon is somehow related to the explosion that happened earlier. The leader of the bandit group suddenly took out a trumpet from his pocket and mercilessly showed it to the kings as if he wanted them to be mesmerized by the power that he holds. The trumpet of destruction. The bald man grinned madly while the kings stared at the trumpet with both curiosity and slight fear towards it, since they tend to believe that what the bald man exclaimed about the trumpet was true. Now, either you give me the flower or I'll have to resort to using this. The bald man threatened while his eyes glaring at Agnar. Just give it, Agnar. There's no use hiding it. Surprisingly, Rapunzel's father, Frederick, was the one to speak in helplessness. Brother? Are you sure about it? Agnar exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that his brother would be the one to give up first. They made a promise to each other to not reveal the flower that they found years ago, as this is the same flower that healed Frederick's wife and also the source of Rapunzel's powers. Yes, they not only found the flower years ago but also found two of them, in which the other one is used to heal Frederick's wife while the other one was kept to Agnar for safekeeping, as they realized the incredible power that the flower can bring. Especially now that they found out that Rapunzel seems to have inherited a portion of the flower's magical powers. While both brothers were having their small conversation, Jin was having the surprise in his life. Wait, what? Rapunzel and Elsa are cousins. How come I didn't know this? Jin remarked in surprise as he finally realized why Arendelle and Corona Kingdom are very close, especially in connections and trades. It turns out because the kings of both kingdoms are brothers. Fine, I hid it in a secret corner in the garden. Agnar looked down on the ground in defeat before revealing the location on where he hid the flower. No. You will come with me and take me to it. Now, stand and show me the way. The bald man didn't want to find it by himself, instead he seemed to be in a hurry and told Agnar to show it to him instead. Agnar gritted his teeth but was forced to comply, so he stood up and started walking outside. Meanwhile, Jin's eyes never left them. As much as he wanted to interfere and help, he needed to know who is behind these bandits, and the easiest way is to obviously let them get what they want, and that's when they will lead him to their secret backer. If everything goes according to my plan, then everything will be smooth. Jin said to himself, assuring that nothing will go wrong, right? Though his guts were telling him otherwise. If it was the previous Jin, then he might have ignored this gut, but after learning his lesson by previously ignoring his guts, which resulted in Rapunzel and Elsa being kidnapped, Jin knew that he should trust his gut this time. Fuck it. Once they got the flower, I could just use it to threaten that bandit to tell me who is behind them. Jin changed his plans and decided to be straight and bulldoze his way in getting what he needs. At least it is more effective than waiting for nothing, because it turns out you have been dancing on your enemy's palm all along. Once Agnar stands up and starts walking, the bald man follows suit, but not without ordering his companions. You all, make sure to watch over them. After receiving a bunch of nods and yes from his comrades, the bald man smiled in satisfaction before following Agnar outside. Meanwhile, Jin took this as a chance and followed them outside. At first, Jin was thinking of taking down the bandits in one fell swoop after their leader went out, but Jin contemplated and decided against it. After all, there's a small chance of having a mole among the alliance between the kings. Since Jin suspected that there was a backer behind the bandits, then he also suspected that among the backers, one of them must be part of the alliance, since that would explain how they got into the meeting room without much hassle. After hurriedly leaving through the windows where he got in, Jin sighed in relief when he didn't lose them. Hurry up! The bald man pushed Agnar by his back, forcing him to walk faster towards the garden. They first passed through several walls and turns before eventually arriving at the garden, where Jin and Agnar had their conversation when they first met. It's right here, Agnar said while approaching a lone corner in the garden, a corner that even Jin was surprised to see, since the last time he was here, he failed to see this corner. He really knows how to hide things. Hey! Jin praised Agnar in his mind while watching closely at Agnar pulling out several bushes that are obstructing his way. After the bushes were pushed away or aside, Agnar finally stepped aside, showing the bald man and also Jin the shining golden flower that seems to radiate enough light to be called a light bulb. So this is the flower that gave Rapunzel wind powers. Hey! I don't know where it came from or how it came to be, but I'm sure as hell I'll take this flower for myself and satiate my curiosities towards it, Jin declared and made a note to himself. Finally, hundreds of millions of golds will be mine. With this flower, surely they would comply with my deal. The bald man looked at the flower with greed in his eyes, while unconsciously revealing some relevant information that made Jin mentally laugh at him. Who in their right mind would utter their secret deal out loud? All right, that's it. Time to make my move, Jin said to himself, and was prepared to incapacitate the man when suddenly, his sharp senses heard a disturbance in the air, specifically right on top of them. Curious, Jin looked up and saw a small dot that slowly enlarged as time went on. What is that? What the fuck is that? As the small dot was large enough, Jin could finally figure out that the small dot was actually a shining figure. A knight. Muttering in confusion, the silver knight reached enough velocity to reach the ground and cause clouds of dust that obstructed the entire garden, including the bald man and Agnar. Seeing his chance, Agnar took the opportunity and quickly tried to take the trumpet from the bald man's hands while the said man was still distracted from the sudden interference of the falling knight. What the? Feeling the emptiness in his hand, it was already too late for the bald man as Agnar used his all to punch the man in the face. Bam! However, there is a large stark difference between the bald man and Agnar. While Agnar stands at 6 feet tall, the bald man towers with him by another foot, so the punch not only doesn't take the bald man down but also angers him. How dare you! The bald man angrily grabbed Agnar by his chest, causing the trumpet to fall from his hand. You're lucky I spared you until now, the bald man menacingly said before unsheathing his large blade and pushed it towards Agnar's chest. But before he could do that, Jin finally made his move and pinched the tip of the large blade with his 2 fingers, shortly after arriving in between them. What is it now? The bald man grew irritated from another interruption. Jin didn't speak and simply put pressure on the tip of the blade through his index and middle finger. The blade cracked and shook for the first few seconds before the large blade snapped and turned into small pieces of metal as if it was made of porcelain glass. Jin then took his chance to grab the bald man's face while he was distracted before lifting him off the ground through his hold on his face. Now, you either tell me everything I need or do I have to resort to violence? Trust me, I'm quite an uncontrollable person. While Jin is still on the verge of asking questions, another silver knight fell from the sky and landed on the ground, causing another cloud of dust. Fuck it. I'll handle you later. Jin has been curious on why there are knights falling from the sky, but he was so focused on his goal that he decided to put this matter in the back of his head. However, now that another knight fell, Jin knew that something was wrong on the other side. Jin used his fingers to tap a few times on the bald man's abdomen. If someone were to look at it, they would see golden chi appearing wherever he taps his finger on. After 5 taps, Jin finally released the man from his hold before flying and left to investigate the cause of the falling knights. Agnar, who was by his side, was confused on why he left the bald man alone when he noticed that the bald man was still and unmoving. Meanwhile, Jin reached enough latitude to oversee the entire Arendelle kingdom, and that's when he saw destruction and chaos everywhere. Though it is not that much, but he could see several buildings destroyed or on fire. Jin's eyes scanned the entire area and saw hundreds of knights fighting against each other, with the only difference is the flag on their armor is different from the ones in Arendelle. Jin also saw Tigris and Elsa fighting against the knights with different flags, making Jin even more confused. What the hell is happening here? Dash underscore 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 underscore. I just made an announcement in Discord that would probably fend off most of the readers here, but since most of you don't have Discord, I'll also announce it here. You see, I realized that the world that Jin visits would be a breeze for him as his strength is already OP. So, I decided to add a challenge and a spice in his next world, which is the Hotel Transylvania world. I decided to add an OC reincarnator that would obviously be his enemy. Yes, you can leave now. Goodbye. There's no need to announce yourself. No, you can't change my mind as I'm already writing the reincarnator character. Or you can keep reading until around chapter 120, cause that's when the OC reincarnator would be introduced. I know you have many questions, but my decision is absolute. I only have a few assurances for some of you guys if you ever decide to keep reading. Obviously, the reincarnator would be strong, but not as strong as Jin, as he's literally the main character, though he would still pose quite a challenge to Jin. Lastly, no, there would be no NTR that will happen.
Thanks for listening.